Welcome to Classic Ghost Tales. In this tale, to let by B.M. Croker, we are drawn into a world where the past seems to linger, and the boundaries between the living and the dead become increasingly blurred. The story unfolds around a mysterious house. It's eerie. History and the secrets it holds. Join us as we explore the unsettling journey that lies within these walls, where every step taken seems to awaken a shadow from the past. Chapter 1. To let, list. Hamlet, Act 1 . Some years ago, when I was a slim young spin, I came out to India, to live with my brother Tom. He and I were members of a large and somewhat impecunious family, and I do not think my mother was sorry to have one. Of her 4 grown-up daughters thus taken off her hands, Tom's wife, Aggie, had been at school with my eldest sister. We had known and liked her all our lives, and regarded her as one of ourselves. And as she and the children were at home when Tom's letter was received and his offer accepted, she helped me to choose my slender outfit with judgment, zeal, and taste, endowed me with several pretty additions too. My wardrobe superintended the fitting of my gowns and the trying on of my hats with most sympathetic interest, and finally escorted me out to Lucknow under her own wing, and installed me in the only spare room in her comfortable bungalow in Dilkusha. My sister-in-law is a pretty little brunette, rather pale, with dark hair, brilliant black eyes, a resolute mouth, and a bright, intelligent expression. She is orderly, trim, feverishly energetic, and seems to live every moment of her life. Her children, her wardrobe, her house, her servants, and last, not least, her husband are all models in their way. And yet she has plenty of time for tennis and dancing and talking and walking. She is undoubtedly a remarkably talented little creature, and especially prides herself on her nerve and her power of will, or willpower. I suppose they are the same thing, and I am sure they are all the same to Tom, who worships the soul of her. Small slipper. Strictly between ourselves, she is the ruling member of the family, and turns her lord and master round her little finger. Tom is big and fair, of course, the opposite to his wife, quiet, rather easygoing and inclined to be indolent. But Aggie rouses him up and pushes him to the front and keeps him there. She knows all about his department, his prospects of promotion, his prospects of furlough, of getting acting appointments, and so on, even better than he does himself. The chief of Tom's department, have I said that Tom is in the irritation office, has placed it solemnly on record that he considers little Mrs. Shandon a surprisingly clever woman. The 2 children, Bob and Tor, are merry, oppressively active monkeys, aged 3 and 5 years respectively. As for myself, I am tall, fair, and I wish I could add pretty, but this is a true story. My eyes are blue, my teeth are white, my hair is red, alas, a blazing red, and I was at this period 19 years of age, and now I think I have given a sufficient outline of the whole family. We arrived at Lucknow in November, when the cold weather is delightful, and everything was delightful to me. The bustle and life of a great Indian station, the novelty of my surroundings, the early morning rides, picnics down the river, and dances at the Chutter Munzil, made me look upon Lucknow as a paradise on earth. and in this light I still regarded it, until a great change came over the temperature, and the month of April introduced me to red-hot winds, sleepless nights, and the intolerable brain fever bird. Aggie had made up her mind, definitely on one subject. We were not to go away to the hills until the rains. Tom could only get 2 months' leave, July and August, and she did not intend to leave him to grill on the plains alone. As for herself and the children, not to speak of me, we had all come out from home so recently that we did not require a change. The trip to Europe had made a vast hole in the family stocking, and she wished to economize. And who can economize with 2 establishments in full swing? Tell me this, ye Anglo-Indian matrons? With a large, cool bungalow, plenty of punkas, cuscus tatties, ice, and a thermantidote, surely we could manage to brave May and June. At any rate, the attempt was made. Gradually the hills drained Lucknow week by week. Family after family packed up, warned us of our folly in remaining on the plains, offered to look for houses for us, and left by the night mail. By the middle of May, the place was figuratively empty. Nothing could be more dreary than a large station in the hot weather unless it is an equally forsaken hill station in the depths of winter. When the mountains are covered with snow, the mall no longer resounds with gay voices and the tramp of Japanese, but is visited by bears and panthers, and the houses are closed and, as it were, put to bed in straw. As for Lucknow, in the summer, it was a melancholy spot. The public gardens were deserted, the chairs at the Chutter Munzil stood empty, the very bands had gone to the hills. The shops were shut, the baked white roads, no longer thronged with carriages and bamboo carts, gave ample room to the humble ekka or adobe's meager donkey, shuffling along in the dust. Of course, we were not the only underscore people remaining in the place, grumbling at the heat and dust and life in general. But there can be no sociability with the thermometer above 100 degrees in the shade. Through the long, long Indian day, we sat and gasped in darkened rooms and consumed quantities of Nimbo pegs, underscore limes and soda water, and listened to the fierce hot wind roaring along the road and driving the roasted leaves before it. And in the evening, when the sun had set, we went for a melancholy drive through the Wingfield Park or round by Martineer College and met our friends at the library and compared sensations and thermometers. The season was exceptionally bad, but people say that every year, and presently Bobby and Tor began to fade. Their little white faces and listless eyes appealed to Aggie, as Tom's anxious expostulations had never done. Yes, they must go to the hills with underscore me. But this idea I repudiated at once. I refused to undertake the responsibility. Who could scarcely speak a word to the servants, who had no experience. Then Bobby had a bad go of fever, intermittent fever, the beginning of the end to his alarmed mother, the end being represented by a large gravestone. She now became as firmly determined to go as she had previously been resolved to stay, but it was so late in the season to take a house. Alas, alas, for the beautiful, tempting advertisements in the underscore pioneer underscore, which we had seen and scorned. Aggie wrote to a friend in a certain hill station, called for this occasion only Cantia, and Tom wired to a house agent, who triumphantly replied by letter, that there was not unlet bungalow on his books. This missive threw us into the depths of despair. There seemed no alternative but a hill hotel and the usual. Quarters that await the last comers, and a proverbial welcome for children and dogs. We had only 4, but the next day brought us good. News from Aggie's friend, Mrs. Chalmers. "Dear MRS. Shandon," she said, "I received your letter and went at once to Kersage, the agent. Every hole and corner up here seems full, and he had not a single house to let. Today I had a note from him saying that Briarwood is vacant. The people who took it are not coming up. They have gone to Ninety-Tau. You are in luck. I have just been out to see the house and have secured it for you. It is 1.5 miles from the club, but I know that you and your sister are capital walkers. I envy you. Such a charming place, 2 sitting rooms, 4 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a hall, servants' go-downs, stabling, and a splendid view from a very pretty garden, and only 800 rupees for the season. Why, I am paying 1,000 rupees for very inferior house, with scarcely a stick of furniture and no view. I feel so proud of myself, and I am longing to show you my treasure trove. Telegraph when you start, and I shall. Have a milkman in waiting and fires in all the rooms. Yours sincerely, Edith Chalmers." We now looked upon Mrs. Chalmers as our best and dearest friend, and began to get underway at once. A long journey in India is a serious business when the party comprises 2 ladies, 2 children, 2 ayahs, and 5 other servants, 3 fox terriers, a mongoose, and a Persian cat. All of these animals go into the hills for the benefit of their health, not to speak of a ton of luggage, including crockery and lamps, a cottage piano, a goat, and a pony. Aggie and I, the children, 1 ayah, 2 terriers, the cat and mongoose, our bedding and pillows, the tiffin basket and ice basket, were all stowed into 1 compartment. And I must confess that the journey was truly miserable. The heat was stifling, despite the water tatties. One of the terriers had a violent dispute with the cat, and the cat had a difference with the mongoose, and Bob and Tor had a pitched battle. More than once I actually wish myself back in Lucknow. I was most truly thankful to wake one morning to find myself under the shadow of the Himalayas, not a mighty, snow-clad range of everlasting hills, but merely the spurs. Moderate slopes covered with scrub, loose shale, and jungle, and deceitful little trickling watercourses. We sent the servants on ahead, whilst we rested at the Dak bungalow near the railway station, and then followed them at our leisure. We accomplished the ascent in Dandy's open kind of boxes, half box, half chair, carried on the shoulders of 4 men. This was an entirely novel sensation to me, and at first an agreeable one, so long as the slopes were moderate and the paths wide. But the higher we went, the narrower became the path, the steeper the naked precipice, and as my coolies would walk at the extreme edge, with the utmost indifference to my frantic appeals to beat her, and would change poles at the most agonizing corners, my feelings were very mixed, especially when droves of loose-pack ponies came thundering downhill, with no respect for the rights of the road. Late at night, we passed through Cantia and arrived at Briarwood, far too weary to be critical. Fires were blazing, supper was prepared, and we dispatched it in haste, and most thankfully went to bed and slept soundly, as anyone would do who had spent 36 hours in a crowded compartment and 10 in a cramped wooden case. The next morning, rested and invigorated, we set out on a tour of inspection, and it is almost worthwhile to undergo a certain amount of baking in the sweltering heat of the lower regions in order to enjoy those deep first drafts of cool hill air instead of a stifling, dust-laden atmosphere, and to appreciate the green valleys and blue hills by force of contrast to the far-stretching, eye-smarting, white glaring roads that intersect the burn-up plains roads and plains, that even the pariah abandons, salamander though he be. To our delight and surprise, Mrs. Chalmers had by no means overdrawn the advantages of our new abode. The bungalow was solidly built of stone, 2-storied, and ample in size. It stood on a kind of shelf, cut out of the hillside, and was surrounded by a pretty flower garden full of roses, fuchsias, and carnations. The high road passed the gate from which the avenue descended direct to the entrance door at the end of the house, and from whence ran a long passage. Off this passage 3 rooms opened to the right, all looking south, and all looking into a deep, delightful flag veranda. The stairs were very steep. At the head of them, the passage and rooms were repeated. There were small nooks and dressing rooms and convenient outhouses, and plenty of good water, but the glory of Briarwood was undoubtedly its veranda. It was fully 12 feet wide, roofed with zinc, and overhung a precipice of 1,000 feet, not a startlingly sheer cud, but a tolerably straight descent of gray-blue shale, rocks, and low jungle. From it there was a glorious view across a valley far away to the snowy range. It opened at one end into the avenue and was not enclosed, but the side next the precipice there was a stout wooden railing with netting at the bottom for the safety of 2 enterprising dogs or children. A charming spot, despite its rather bold situation, and as Aggie and I sat in it, surveying the scenery and inhaling the pure hill air and watching Bob and Tor tearing up and down, playing horses, we said to one another that the veranda alone was worth half the rent. "It's absurdly cheap," exclaimed my sister-in-law complacently. "I wish you saw the hovel I had at Simla for the same rent. I wonder if it is feverish or badly drained, or what. Perhaps it has a ghost," I suggested facetiously, and at such an absurd idea we both went into peals of laughter. At this moment Mrs. Chalmers appeared, brisk, rosy, and breathlessly benevolent, having walked over from Cantia. "So you have found it," she said as we shook hands. I said nothing about this delicious veranda. I thought I would keep it as a surprise. I did not say a word too much for Briarwood, did I? Not half enough. We returned rapturously, and presently we went in a body, armed with a list from the agent, and proceeded to go over the house and take stock of its contents. "It's not a bit like a _hill_ furnished house," boasted Mrs. Chalmers, with a glow of pride, as she looked round the drawing room. "Carpets, curtains, solid _very solid chairs, and Berlin woolwork screens, card table, and any quantity of pictures. Yes, don't they look like family portraits?" I suggested as we gazed at them. There was one of an officer in faded watercolors, another of his wife, two of a previous generation in oils and amply gilded, frames, two sketches of an English country house, and some framed photographs groups of grinning cricketers or wedding guests. All. The rooms were well, almost handsomely, furnished in an old-fashioned style. There was no scarcity of wardrobes, looking-glasses, or even armchairs in the bedrooms, and the pantry was fitted out in most singular circumstance with a large supply of handsome glass and china, lamps, old moderators, coffee and teapots, plated side dishes and candlesticks, cooking utensils and spoons and forks, wine coasters, and a kig basket. These articles were all let with the house, much to our amazement, provided we were responsible for the same. The china was spode, the plate old family heirlooms, with a crest a winged horse on everything, down to the very mustard spoons. "The people who own this house must be lunatics," remarked Aggie as she peered round the pantry. "Fancy hiring out one's best family. Plate and good old china, and I saw some ancient music books in the drawing room, and there is a side saddle in the bottle canoe." "My dear, the people who own this house are dead," explained Mrs. Chalmers. "I heard all about them last evening from Mrs. Starkey." "Oh, is she up there?" exclaimed Aggie, somewhat fretfully. "Yes, her husband is cantonment magistrate. This house belonged to an old retired colonel and his wife. They and his niece lived here. These were all their belongings. They died within a short time of one. Another, and the old man left a queer will to say that the house was to remain precisely as they left it for 20 years, and at the end of that time, it was to be sold and all the property dispersed. Mrs. Starkey says she is sure that he never intended it to be _let_, but the heir at law insists on that, and is furious at the terms of the will." "Well, it is a very good thing for us," remarked Aggie. "We are as comfortable here as if we were in our own house. There is a stove in the kitchen. There are nice boxes for firewood in every room, clocks, real hair mattresses, in short. It is, as you said, a treasure trove. We set to work to modernize the drawing room with full carries, madras, muslin curtains, photograph screens and frames, and such like portable articles. We placed the piano across a corner, arranged flowers in, some handsome Dresden china vases, and entirely altered and improved the character of the room. When Aggie had dispatched a most glowing description of our new quarters to Tom, and when we had tiffin, we set off to walk in a cantia to put our names down at the library, and to inquire for letters at the post office. Aggie met a good many acquaintances who does not, who has lived 5 years in India in the same district. Among them Mrs. Starkey, an elderly lady with a prominent nose and goggle eyes, who greeted her loudly across the reading-room table in this agreeable fashion. "And so you have come up after Mrs. Shandon. Someone told me that you meant to remain below, but I knew you never could be so wicked as to keep your poor little children in that heat." Then coming round and dropping into a chair beside her, she said, "And I suppose this young lady is your sister-in-law?" Mrs. Starkey eyed me critically, evidently appraising my chances in the great marriage market. She herself had settled her own 2 daughters most satisfactorily, and had now nothing to do but interest herself in other people's affairs. "Yes," acquiesced Aggie, Miss Shand and Mrs. Starkey. And so you have taken Briarwood? Yes, we have been most lucky to get it. I hope you will think so. At the end of 3 months, observed Mrs. Starkey, with a significant pursing of her lips. Mrs. Chalmers is a stranger up here, or she would not have been in such a hurry to jump at. Why, what is the matter with it? Inquired Aggie. It is well built, well furnished, well situated, and very cheap. That's just it _suspiciously _cheap. Why, my dear Mrs. Shandon, if there was not something against it, it would let for 200 rupees. A month. Common sense would tell you that. And what is against it? It's haunted. There you have the reason in 2 words. Is that all? I was afraid it was the drains. I don't believe in ghosts and haunted houses. What are we supposed to see? Nothing, retorted Mrs. Starkey, who seemed a good deal nettled at our smiling incredulity. Nothing, with an exasperating laugh. No, but you'll make up for it in hearing. Not now you are all right. For the next 6 weeks, but after the monsoon breaks, I give you a week at Briarwood. No one would stand it longer, and indeed you might ask. Well bespeak your rooms at Cooper's Hotel Understore. There's always a rush up here in July. By the 2 months leave people, and you'll be poked into some wretched go-down. Aggie laughed, rather a careless, ironical little laugh, and said, Thank you, Mrs. Starkey, but I think we will stay on where we are at any rate for the present. Of course it will be as _you please. What do you think of the veranda? She inquired with a curious smile. I think, as I was saying to Susan, that it is worth half the rent of the house. And in my opinion, the house is worth double rent without it. And with this enigmatic remark, she rose and sailed away. Horrid old frump, exclaimed Aggie as we walked home in the starlight. She is jealous and angry that she did not get Briarwood herself under her. I know her so well. She is always hinting and repeating stories about the nicest people always decrying your prettiest dress or your best servant. We soon forgot all about Mrs. Starkey and her dismal prophecy being too gay and too busy to give her or it a thought. We had so many engagements, tennis parties and tournaments, picnics, concerts, dances, and little dinners. We ourselves gave occasional afternoon teas in the veranda using the best spode cups and saucers and the old silver cake basket, and were warmly complimented on our good fortune in securing such a charming house and garden. One day the children discovered, to their great joy, that the old chowkidar belonging to the bungalow possessed an African gray parrot, a rare bird indeed in India. He had a battered Europe cage, doubtless a remnant of better days, and swung on his ring, looking up at us inquiringly out of his impudent little black eyes. The parrot had been the property of the former inmates of Briarwood, and as it was a long-lived creature, had survived its master and mistress, and was boarded out with the chowkidar at 1 rupee per month. The chowkidar willingly carried the cage into the veranda, where the bird seemed perfectly at home. We got a little table for its cage, and the children were delighted with him, as he swung to and fro with a bit of cake in his wrinkled claw. Presently he startled us all by suddenly calling Lucy, in a voice that was as distinct as if it had come from a human throat. Pretty. Lucy. That must have been the niece, said Aggie. I expect she was the original of that picture over the chimney piece in your room. She looks like a Lucy. It was a large, framed, half-length photograph of a very pretty girl in a white dress with gigantic open sleeves. The ancient parrot talked incessantly now that he had been restored to society. He whistled for the dogs and brought them flying to his summons to his great satisfaction and their equally great indignation. He called Kahai so naturally in a lady's shrill soprano or a gruff male bellow that I have no doubt our servants would have liked to have wrung his neck. He coughed and expectorated like an old gentleman, and whined like a puppy, and mewed like a cat, and, I am sorry to add, sometimes swore, like a trooper. But his most constant cry was, "Lucy, where are you? Pretty Lucy, Lucy, Lucy?" Aggie and I went to various picnics, but to that given by the Chalmers, in honor of Mr. Chalmers' brother Charlie, a captain in a Gurkha regiment, just come up to Cantia on leave, Aggie was unavoidably absent. Tor had a little touch of fever, and she did not like to leave him, but I went under my hostess's care and expected to enjoy myself immensely. Alas, on that selfsame afternoon, the long-expected monsoon broke, and we were nearly drowned. We rode to the selected spot, 5 miles from Cantia, laughing and chattering, indifferent to the big, blue-black clouds that came slowly but surely, sailing up from below. It was a way they had had for days, and nothing had come of it. We spread the tablecloth, boiled the kettle, unpacked the hampers, in spite of sharp gusts of wind and warning rumbling thunder. Just as we had commenced to reap the reward of our exertions, there fell a few huge drops, followed by a vivid flash, and then a tremendous crash of thunder like a whole park of artillery that seemed to shake the mountains, and after this the deluge. In less than a minute we were soaked through. We hastily gathered up the tablecloth by its 4 ends, gave it to the coolies, and fled. It was all I could do to stand against the wind. Only for Captain Chalmers, I believe, I would have been blown away. As it was, I lost my hat, it was whirled into space. Mrs. Chalmers lost her boa, and Mrs. Starkey not merely her bonnet, but some portion of her hair. We were truly in a wretched plight, the water streaming down our faces and squelching in our boots. The little trickling mountain rivulets were now like racing seas of turbid water. The lightning was almost blinding. The trees rocked dangerously and lashed one another with their quivering branches. I had never been out in such a storm before, and sincerely hope I never may again. We reached Cantia more dead than alive, and Mrs. Chalmers sent an express to Aggie and kept me till the next day. After raining, as it only can underscore rain in the Himalayas, the weather cleared, the sun shone, and I rode home in borrowed plumes, full of my adventures, and in the highest spirits. I found Aggie sitting over the fire in the drawing room, looking ghastly white. That was nothing uncommon, but terribly depressed, which was most unusual. "I'm afraid you have neuralgia," I said as I kissed her. She nodded and made no reply. "How is Tor?" I inquired as I drew a chair up to the fire. "Better, quite well. Any news, any letter?" "Not a word, not a line." "Has anything happened to Pip?" Pip was a fox terrier, renowned for having the shortest tail and being the most impertinent dog in Lucknow. "Or the mongoose?" "No, you silly girl. Why do you ask such ridiculous questions?" I was afraid something was amiss. You seem rather down on your luck." Aggie shrugged her shoulders and then said, "Pray, what put such an absurd idea into your head? Tell me all about the picnic." And she began to talk rapidly and to ask me various questions. But I observed that once she had set me going, no difficult task her attention flagged. Her eyes wandered from my face to the fire. She was not listening to half I said, and my most thrilling descriptions were utterly lost on this indifferent, abstracted little creature. I noticed, from this time, that she had become strangely nervous for her. She invited herself to the share of half my bed. She was restless, underscored, distrait, underscore, and even irritable, and when I was asked out to spend the day, dispensed with my company with an alacrity that was by no means flattering. Formerly, of an evening she used to herd the children home at sundown and tear me away from the delights of the reading room at 7 o'clock. Now she hung about the library until almost the last moment, until it was time to put out the lamps, and kept the children with her, making transparent pretexts for their company. Often we did not arrive at home till 8:30 o'clock. I made no objections to these late hours, neither did Charlie Chalmers, who often walked back with us and remained to dinner. I was amazed to notice that Aggie seemed delighted to have his company, for she had always expressed a rooted aversion to what she called tame young men, and here was this new acquaintance dining with us at least twice a week. About a month after the picnic, we had a spell of dreadful weather, thunderstorms accompanied by torrents. One pouring afternoon, Aggie and I were cowering over the drawing-room fire, whilst the rain came fizzing down among the logs and ran in rivers off the roof and out of the spouts. There had been no going out that day, and we were feeling rather flat and dull as we sat in a kind of ghostly twilight, with all outdoor objects swallowed up in mist, listening to the violent battering of the rain on the zinc veranda and the storm which was growling round the hills. "Oh, for a visitor!" I exclaimed, but no one but a fish or a lunatic would be out on such an evening. "No one, indeed," echoed Aggie in a melancholy tone. "We may as well draw the curtains and have a lamp and tea to cheer us up." She had scarcely finished speaking when I heard the brisk trot of a horse along the road. It stopped at the gate and came rapidly down our avenue. I heard the wet gravel crunching under his hoofs, and yes, a man's cheery whistle. My heart jumped, and I half rose from my chair. It must be Charlie Chalmers braving the elements to see underscore me. Underscore, such I must confess, was my incredible vanity. He did not stop at the front door as usual, but rode straight into the veranda, which afforded ample room and shelter for half a dozen mounted men. "Aggie," I said eagerly, "do you hear? It must be—" I paused, my tongue silenced by the awful pallor of her face and the expression of her eyes as she sat with her little hands clutching the arms of her chair, and her whole figure bent forward in an attitude of rigid terror. "What is it, Aggie?" I said. "Are you ill?" As I spoke, the horse's hoofs made a loud, clattering noise on the stone-paved veranda outside, and a man's voice, a young man's eager voice, called "Lucy." Instantly a chair near the writing table was pushed back, and someone went quickly to the window, a French one, and bungled for a moment with the fastening. I always had a difficulty with that window myself. Aggie and I were within the bright circle of the firelight, but the rest of the room was dim, and outside the streaming gray sky was spasmodically illuminated by occasional vivid flashes that lit up the surrounding hills as if it were daylight. The trampling of impatient hoofs and the rattling of a door handle were the only sounds that were audible for a few breathless seconds. But during those seconds, Pip, bristling like a porcupine and trembling violently in every joint, had sprung off my lap and crawled abjectly under Aggie's chair, seemingly in a transport of fear. The door was opened audibly, and a cold, icy blast swept in that seemed to freeze my very heart and made me shiver from head to foot. At this moment there came, with a sinister blue glare, the most vivid flash of lightning I ever saw. It lit up the whole room, which was empty save for ourselves, and was instantly followed by a clap of thunder that caused my knees to knock together, and that terrified me and filled me with horror. It evidently terrified the horse, too. There was a violent plunge, a clattering of hoofs on the stones, a sudden loud crash of smashing timber, a woman's long, loud, piercing shriek, which stopped the very beating of my heart, and then a frenzied struggle in the cruel, crumbling, treacherous shale, the rattle of loose stones, and the hollow roar of something sliding down the precipice. I rushed to the door and tore it open with that awful, despairing cry still ringing in my ears. The veranda was empty. There was not a soul to be seen or a sound to be heard, save the rain on the roof. "Aggie," I screamed, "come here. Someone has gone over the veranda and down the cud. You heard him." "Yes," she said, following me out. "But come in, come in." I believe it was Charlie Chalmers, shaking her violently as I spoke. "He has been killed, and you stand and do nothing. Send people. Let us go ourselves. Bear, Aya, Kid McGar," I cried, raising my voice. "Hush. It was underscore Charlie Chalmers," she said, vainly endeavoring to draw me into the drawing room. Come in. No, pushing her away and wringing my hands. "How cruel you are! How inhuman! There's a path. Let us go at once. You need not trouble yourself, Susan," she interrupted, "and you need not cry and tremble. The underscore will bring him up. What you heard was supernatural. It was not real. No. It was all real. Oh, that scream is in my ears still." "I will convince you," said Aggie, taking my hand as she spoke. "Feel. All along the veranda. Are the railings broken?" I did as she bade me. No, though very wet and clammy, the railing was intact. "Where is the broken place?" she asked imperatively. "Where, indeed?" "Now," she continued, "since you will not come in, look over, and you will see something more presently." Shivering with fear and the cold, drifting rain, I gazed down as she bade me, and there far below I saw lights moving rapidly to and fro, evidently in search of something. After a little delay, they congregated in one place. There was a low, buzzing murmur they had found him. Presently they commenced to ascend the hill, with the hum of coolies carrying a burden. Nearer and nearer the lights and sounds came, up to the very brink of the cud, past the end of the veranda. Many steps and many torches, faint blue torches held by invisible hands. Invisible but heavy-footed bearers carried their burden slowly upstairs and along the passage and deposited it with a dump in Aggie's bedroom. As we stood clasped in one another's arms and shaking all over, the steps descended, the ghostly lights passed up the avenue, and gradually disappeared in the gathering darkness. The repetition of the tragedy was over for that day. "Have you heard it before?" I asked with chattering teeth as I bolted the drawing room window. "Yes, the evening of the picnic and twice since. That is the reason. I have always tried to stay out till late and to keep you out. I was hoping and praying you might never hear it. It always happens just before dark. I am afraid you have thought me very queer of late. I have told no end of stories to keep you and the children from harm. I think you have been very kind." I interrupted. "Oh, Aggie, shall you ever get that crash and that awful cry out of your head?" Underscore never. Underscore, hastily lighting the candles as she spoke. "Is there anything more?" I inquired tremulously. "Yes, sometimes at night, the most terrible weeping and sobbing in my bedroom." And she shuddered at the mere recollection. "Do the servants know?" I asked anxiously. "The Ayamuma has heard it, and the Kantama says his mother is sick, and he must go, and the bearer wants to attend his brother's wedding. They will all underscore leave. I suppose most people know, too?" I suggested dejectedly. "Yes. Don't you remember Mrs. Starkey's warnings, and her saying that without the veranda the house was worth double rent? We understand. That dark speech of hers underscore, and we have not come to Cooper's Hotel yet. No, not underscore yet underscore. I wish we underscore had underscore. I wonder what Tom will say. He will be here in another fortnight. Oh, I wish he was here now." In spite of our heart-shaking experience, we managed to eat and drink and sleep, to play tennis somewhat solemnly, it is true, and go to the club, where we remained to the very last moment. Needless to mention that I now entered into Aggie's maneuver con amore underscore. Mrs. Starkey evidently divined the reason of our loitering in Cantia, and said in her most truculent manner, as she squared up to us, "You keep your children out very late, Mrs. Shandon." "Yes, but we like to have them with us," rejoined Aggie in a meek apologetic voice. "Then why don't you go home earlier?" "Because it is so stupid and lonely," was the mendacious answer. "Lonely is not the word I should use. I wonder if you are as wise as your neighbors now. Come now, Mrs. Shandon." "About what?" said Aggie, with ill-feigned innocence. "About Briarwood. Haven't you heard it yet? The ghastly precipice and horse affair. Yes, I suppose we may as well confess that we underscore have... Humph! You are a brave couple to stay on. The Tombs tried it last year. For 3 weeks. The Paxtons took it the year before, and then sublet it. Not that they believed in ghosts, so, dear no." And she laughed. Ironically. "And what is the story?" I inquired eagerly. "Well, the story is this. An old retired officer and his wife, and their pretty niece, lived at Briarwood a good many years ago. The girl was engaged to be married to a fine young fellow in the Guides. The day before the wedding, what you know of happened, and has happened every monsoon ever since. The poor girl went out of her mind and destroyed herself and the old colonel and his wife did not long survive her. The house is uninhabitable in the monsoon, and there seems nothing for it but to auction off the furniture and pull it down. It will always be the same as long as it stands. Take my advice and come into Cooper's Hotel. I believe you can have that small set of rooms at the back. The sitting room smokes, but beggars can't be choosers. That will only be our very last resource, said Aggie hotly. It's not very grand, I grant you, but any port in a storm. Tom arrived, was doubly welcome, and was charmed with Briarwood, chaffed us unmercifully, and derided our fears until he himself had a similar experience and heard the phantom horse plunging in the veranda and that wild, unearthly, and utterly appalling shriek. No, he could not laugh that away, and seeing that we had now a mortal abhorrence of the place that the children had to be kept abroad in, the damp till long after dark, that Aggie was a mere hollow-eyed spectre, and that we had scarcely a servant left, that in short, one day we packed up precipitately and fled in a body to Cooper's Hotel. But we did not basely endeavor to sublet nor advertise Briarwood as a delightfully situated pucka-built house containing all the requirements of a gentleman's family. No, Tom bore the loss of the rent, and a more difficult feat Aggie bore Mrs. Starkey's insufferable "I told you so." Aggie was at Cantia again last season. She walked out early one morning to see our former abode. The chowkadar and parrot are still in possession and are likely to remain the sole tenants on the premises. The parrot suns and dusts his ancient feathers in the empty veranda, which re-echoes with his cry of "Lucy, where are you, pretty Lucy?" The chowkadar inhabits a secluded go-down at the back where he passes most of the day in sleeping or smoking the soothing hookah. The place has a forlorn, uncared-for appearance now. The flowers are nearly all gone. The paint has peeled off the doors and windows. The avenue is grass-grown. Briarwood appears to have resigned itself to emptiness, neglect, and decay, although outside the gate there still hangs a battered board, on which, if you look very closely, you can decipher the words underscore MRS Raymond underscore I am just going to leap into the dark. Rabelais. Chapter 2. We had come home from India on 3 months' furlough, taking return tickets, and, after the manner of Anglo-Indians, stayed to the very last moment of our leave. In fact, if the cab that conveyed us across Paris from the Gare de l'Ouest to the Gare de Lyons had broken down a not impossible contingency, for our Cocker was drunk, we would have missed not merely our train, but our steamer, and Charles would have had to forfeit I don't know how much pay and go to the bottom of his grade. Charles is in the civil service. We are middle-aged people without any family and are comfortably off and think very little of running home. We were just in time to get our luggage weighed, swallow some soup, and climb into the carriage ere it started. We rattled through France all night. Next afternoon we were at Turin. That same evening, cramped with 2 days sitting in the train and nearly black with dust, we found ourselves in Genoa. No time to go to the hotel was the unwelcome intelligence. We must go on board at once. Our steamer lay off in the harbor and sailed in 2 hours. Just touch and go, grumbled Charles. Never saw such a shave. All your fault, Louisa. Charles was put out. He wanted to have a tub and his dinner. And, moreover, he hated to be fussed and driven about by porters, being accustomed to the grand leisure of an important Indian official. I never argue with Charles when he is hungry, therefore I scrambled out of the boat in silence and went to my own cabin secured months previously. I wondered if any of our friends had turned up. Colonel and Mrs. Hatton were going back in our steamer, Mrs. Clapp and young Brownlow of the Secretariat, who had come home with us. We would be a nice little party and all sit at the same table. When I was dressed, I went up on deck. It looked crowded, and I was immediately accosted by half a dozen Indian friends and soon engaged in exchanging items of news. It was a bright starlight night, and Genoa looked lovely rising from her harbor, but it was unpleasantly chilly. I was afraid of my neuralgia and presently beat a retreat downstairs and seated myself at a central table with my gold eyeglasses and blotter and began to write a letter. As I sat there alone, listening to the tramping, overhead the sailors weighing anchor, I heard a saloon door clap, and someone came over and took a seat directly opposite me with the evident intention of sharing the saloon inkstand. I am rather near-sighted and peered across the table over my spectacles and saw a strikingly handsome man who was deliberately opening his writing case. Dark, with regular features, black hair and mustache and slender. Hands. He looked at me searchingly. His eyes were the keenest I ever saw, rather narrow, but piercing as cold steel. We both rode away, industriously for some time in dread silence, and then he addressed me with some little civility about the ink. He had a well-bred voice and a slightly foreign accent. We discussed the dust of the journey, the beauty of a night, for I am not of the usual order of ancient British matrons, and when I am spoken to politely, I reply in kind. This gentleman was more than polite. He was absolutely fascinating. From Genoa we drifted to India, but he and I had never been in the same parts, and after all, we had not much in common beyond Bombay. You know India well? He inquired insinuatingly. I cannot say that, I rejoined, but I have been in India for many years. I know it superficially and from the European standpoint. I fished clumsily and in vain to discover what he was. An officer? No, he was not like one. A civilian? A traveler? But he parried all my queries with an ease and politeness that was actually amusing. How clever he was! I felt myself a mere child in his hands. In a few moments, he had extracted from me my husband's position, residence, length of service, prospects. I believe that, if he had chosen to ask, I would have told him the amount of our ages, income, and savings. He was so very agreeable, and so exceptionally interested in me and my affairs that I was led away to forget that I was now a stout elderly woman of 45 and, alas, no longer the station belle I once had been. Presently brisk voices and steps were heard descending the companion ladder. Enter Charles, looking blue with cold, but in an excellent temper. I saw in his eye he has met Buffer, the Sutter judge of Kulu. A first-rate whist player whist is Charles's passion, and they're going to have a split whiskey peg between them as they discuss assessment of Land Charles's hobby. Mrs. Sharp and Old neighbor of mine, a plain but clever little woman, and known as Becky, sidled into a place beside me and took a good long look at my opposite neighbor. The tables were filling fast, and people were calling for lemonade and soda water, for it was after 9 o'clock. In the lamplight, I recognized a good many familiar faces. The Browns of Dodipur, the Goodwins of Punia, Major Caraway of the Pioneers, with a bride. How smart everyone looked, especially the young girls and young married women. What change it makes in some of my friends, eh? Run home. Where's the old jacket, the joke of the station? Where's Mrs. Mill's celebrated black hat? I would hardly recognize her. She wears a fringe. She has had something done to her teeth. She is quite a pretty figure. Who would believe she was the dowdy creature I saw at Cheetahpore last July? Besides these well-known faces are many strange ones globetrotters, Americans, French, and English going out too. Stay with friends, or to do the cold weather in India. Those who sit at our table are no doubt impressed by our intimacy and jargon. Mrs. Diamond Rings. Yes, Louisa Paulette, who rather prided myself on my diamond rings, had not one that could compare with the least of those on this girl's ugly fingers. Do you think it will be like this all the way? She asked, nervously twisting these fingers. I hope so, for my own sake and yours. But at any rate, let's make the best of the present moment. There is the breakfast bell at last. As cheerful, hungry crowds came flocking to the different tables, where they had previously placed their visiting cards, I was rather surprised to see the Raymonds take seats almost opposite to me. He had been beforehand with Major and Mrs. Barker of the Nizams. Horse, and the Barkers had to go among the Americans at table number 2 outcasts from the congenial society of their Anglo-Indian friends. I considered Mr. Raymond's maneuver was rather pushing. Surely he might have seen that we had made up a party, and that he would be understood. Pull, and all tables were alike to him, so I thought then. This was the humdrum married people's table. Number 2 was American and French. Number 3 was surrounded by gay bachelors, grass widows, and brides and bridegrooms. There was more go about it than the other two put together. Why had not Mr. Raymond established himself there? I received his advances with mustard, sugar, butter, and salt with marked coldness, and in my most freezing Sahib manner. But who could be stiff with a pair of piteous forget-me-not blue eyes, wistfully appealing to them? The Raymonds were a strikingly handsome couple, he with his dark, resolute face, she with her wonderful fair beauty. She had already been noted, for many heads were bent forward and glances sent in her direction and whispered comments made. They both joined in conversation, he particularly, and showed himself to be a clever, agreeable, well-informed man. There was apparently no topic on which he had not formed an opinion, from the Irish question and the new magazine rifle down to the last style of dressing the hair. She did not talk much and seemed perplexed at the underscore menu under her, especially the antipasta. I saw her skin an olive and taste it and make a face. She scraped her plate with her knife and drank with her spoon in her cup. No, she was not a lady. I noticed that she looked behind her and up and down the table rather furtively, and seemed transparently pleased to be one of such a large and lively community. Possibly she had never been in such good society in all her life. Chapter 3. The weather was perfect, the sea like a mill pond, as we coasted down to Naples. The Raymonds kept very much to themselves. They would sit side by side for hours in their two chairs, with the same rug across their knees, while she read or did fancy work, and he dozed and smoked. After dinner, they paced the deck arm in arm, and only mixed with their fellow passengers at meals. They seemed quite a devoted couple, and when I remarked this to Becky Sharp, that lively lady exclaimed, "Devoted! Where are your dear old eyes? She is the acknowledged belle. On board, though I can't see myself what all the men are raving about. She reminds me exactly of one of those colored pictures on chocolate. Box very pink cheeks, very blue eyes, very yellow hair. He is as jealous as a Turk. No man dare approach her. He never leaves her by herself for 1 second. They sit half the day under a big umbrella, and at table are flanked and faced by old married people. He won't allow her to join in any games after dinner. Poor girl, and packs her off to her cabin at 8 o'clock. Do you mean to say you have not noticed this? Why, it is the talk of the ship." I had not noticed it, but I now began to see that there was something in Mrs. Sharp's remarks, even allowing for her exaggeration. I never saw the man speak to Mrs. Raymond. I never saw her husband quit her side, and I observed that, although he was in the saloon of an evening, playing whist and other games, she was not there. And once she said to me at table, "Do all the ladies go to their cabins at 8 o'clock, so as to leave the saloon for the gentlemen?" "No, certainly not," I answered. "I never think of leaving till 10. I like my game of whist, and we generally have some music." That same evening she came up to me and said, "My husband says I may stay up too, if you will allow me to sit beside you." "Please do, Mrs. Powlett. It is so dreadfully dull in my cabin. I cannot go to sleep at 8 o'clock like a little child." "Of course you may sit beside me," I answered. I glanced over and saw Mr. Raymond's keen, piercing eyes on me and her. We were all an elderly party. No one among us was likely to rouse his jealousy. She, poor girl, seemed delighted to have so much liberty, and chattered away, as I had never heard her, to Mrs. Sharp and Charlie and the Barkers. Every evening she established herself beside me, work in hand, and thus it came to pass that I became Mrs. Raymond's chaperone. It was evident that Mr. Raymond was rich. He had the air of a man who had never had to think of money. It was whispered that he and the Mexicans and Americans played very high, and that when he lost he laughed and paid up. Mrs. Raymond's dresses were Parisian, more costly than tasteful. She came out in a set of Russian sables one cold evening that made the other women respect her as they had never respected her previously, and her diamond bangles, brooches, and earrings caused even the American ladies to exclaim. All her belongings were in keeping, for one day she called me into her cabin to show me a picture, and I noticed the luxuries with which she was surrounded. The silver-mounted looking-glass and brushes, gold-topped scent bottles, the cabin and its valuable contents, including her jewel case, were all left in charge of Mr. Raymond's Mohammedan servant, a stern-faced, elderly man with a square-cut beard, who stood outside the door with folded arms, as motionless and rigid as a statue. I had had plenty of Mohammedan servants of my own, and I must say that I did not take a fancy to Ahmed Khan. He never salaamed to anyone but his own master, and there seemed to me a sort of scarcely repressed insolence in his stolid glance. He was devoted to Mr. Raymond, more like a dog than a human being. He slept on the mat outside his cabin by night, and obeyed his merest glance by day. To see Naples and die is a very fine expression. I have seen Naples harbor with dirty brownish waves, seen Vesuvius covered with snow, the streets covered with mud and slush, and have very nearly died of cold and seasickness after an awful passage from Messina, in the very teeth of a gale. But now, underscore on route underscore out, Naples looked gay and bright, but not a bit more beautiful in my perhaps prejudiced eyes than Bombay, and as the steamer was to wait 20 hours, we all took boat and went ashore. Charles, and I had been to Pompeii, had seen the cathedral, so we merely drove about shopping and along the Siaja, and almost everywhere we went we encountered the Raymonds, with Ahmed Khan in attendance. She looked radiant. We saw them in photographers' shops, in milliners, in jewelers, and she whispered to me that he had given her loads of pretty things, and that she was sending presents home, and had had her photograph taken. I had never seen her in such spirits, for she was generally rather quiet, not to say depressed. At the museum, we met them again, and as we were poking about among the wonderful remains from Pompeii, two young men came in, talking in the loud voices of the British tourists abroad. One was a tall, nice-looking man with dark gray eyes. The other was smaller and plainer, but had a certain air of distinction about him, and anyone could see at a glance that they were both officers in the British Army. They went round together, audibly discussing and admiring all they saw, and then they evidently caught sight of us, or, more properly, of Mrs. Raymond, who was examining a vase with Charles. I was a good deal surprised to hear one say to the other in Hindustani, "Did you ever see such a lovely girl? I wish I was going to stay in Naples." "Maybe it is just as well you are not," rejoined the other, with a laugh. "Her father looks a stern old gentleman. Charles to be called an old gentleman, and to be taken for Mrs. Raymond's father. The very idea gave me quite a shock." I glanced hastily at Mr. Raymond. Had he heard too? Apparently not. If he had an admirable command over his expression, for he was examining a quaint mosaic with a smile on his face. When I turned round, the young men had departed. It was getting dusk and chilly, and we set our faces towards the harbor, and after being nearly upset by rival boatmen, found ourselves once more safely in a lamplit saloon, which had quite a home look, with its 3 long tables covered with flowers, fruit, and Italian pastry, and duly punctuated by bottles of red country wine. 6 new passengers had arrived, and, to my great consternation, they included the 2 young men whom I had seen in the museum. Mrs. Sharp told me that they were officers in the Prancing Lancers, on their way to join their regiment at Meaux. The tall one was Captain Fuller, and the short one was the Honorable Guy Warnford. They made a valiant effort to secure seats at our table, on the strength of a slight acquaintance with Mrs. Sharp, but even this did not avail them, for there was no room, and they were forced to sit elsewhere. All the same, they attached themselves closely to our set, and soon had scraped acquaintance with Mr. Barker, the Borrodales, and the Raymonds, especially Mrs. Raymond. They were, however, not prepared for her husband's persistent presence, Was she leaning over the bulwarks? He was sure to be at her side. Sitting, reading, walking, it was ever the same, and he generally monopolized the entire conversation. The only time that Mrs. Raymond was free from his ever-haunting presence was when she sat beside me after dinner, and they made the very most of this. We landed at Messina, and of course they annexed themselves to our party. They saw quite plainly that their company was distasteful to Mr. Raymond, and redoubled every effort the combined efforts of two audacious young men to enjoy his wife's society, partly because they admired her, and partly because it made him secretly and politely furious. It was a capital game, and they resolved to play it all the way to Bombay. Mrs. Raymond was no flirt, but she was young, pretty, and liked admiration. Her exquisite blue eyes were childlike in their innocence, not like Mrs. Swift's dark orbs, whose one glance was a whole 3-volume novel. Mrs. Swift was decidedly fast, and her husband allowed her to do as she pleased. He was never on duty. This lady was also recently married, had a plain face, good figure, pretty feet which she displayed liberally and in 6 different pairs of shoes a day. She dressed admirably, was excessively amusing, and self-possessed. She was generally surrounded by a crowd of admiring young men as she smoked cigarettes, bringing the smoke out of her ears or down her nostrils at pleasure. She talked slang and behaved herself more like a schoolboy than a lady. Often have I caught Mr. Raymond's black eyes fixed upon her, with anything but a pleasant expression, and indeed, I could not wonder that he did not approve of this remarkably frisky matron. Ladies, as a rule, did not admire Mrs. Raymond. She was stupid, and had no style, and was not a person of good birth. Now Mrs. Swift, with all her fastness, was well born, and much was forgiven her on this account. Mrs. Raymond was inclined to boast, in a mild way, of her diamonds, and of her husband's wealth, of the lovely horses she would drive, and the tribes of servants she was to have in India. "My dear good girl," exclaimed Mrs. Sharp impatiently, "we are all on the same footing out there. We have all lovely horses and tribes of servants. It's our only compensation. If I had been you, I'd have made your rich husband stay at home. Whereabouts are you going to live?" "It is not quite settled yet," she answered rather grandly. "My husband has a good deal of property in the Punjab, I believe. I'm not sure where that is. But what will be your station? I really have never heard him mention it." "I don't think we have a station." "How strange." "Well, you will know soon enough, and if it's a dull, little out-of-the-way hole, you must make him take you down to Calcutta in the cold weather, and up to Simla in the hot season, and to Lucknow for the races. Don't let him hide you and make a pertinacien of you," she added with a laugh. "What is a pertinacien?" inquired Mrs. Raymond, giggling and displaying her little white teeth. "You may well ask. It's a type you don't come across in England. A woman who is kept secluded from the world in her husband's house, who lives and dies there, and never uncovers her face when out of doors, and never sees or speaks to any man but her husband or her father or her sons. Poor creatures! Are there many of them in India?" she asked with an air of deep compassion. "Yes, thousands. They lead an uncommonly dull life, I fancy, these domestic prisoners. Even when she drives out The grand lady has all the carriage blinds pulled down, just as the common woman sits behind. The drawn curtains of an humble Eka, when they travel by rail, as they do on a pilgrimage, there is such a fuss. They are carried into the station in a dooley, and when they get into their compartment, there is quite a high screen round them. It is so funny, and most of them are hideous old hags, as ugly as sin. But I suppose they like the commotion. Don't they ever peep? I'm sure I should, she said with a merry, girlish laugh. If you were young and pretty, you would not get the chance. There is generally some lynx-eyed old grandmother who is worse than 10. Jailers, as she was kept down in her youth and shut away from all the delights of the world, she now avenges herself on others. She rules the zenana with a rod of iron. You have everything to learn about India, I suppose. Yes, I know nothing about housekeeping and servants or anything. I should be greatly obliged to you if you would give me a few hints. There was nothing Mrs. Sharp liked better. It made her so important. Get a piece of paper and a pencil, my dear, and I'll give you no end of information. There's nothing like beginning the right way. Of course, as the girl sat down, pencil in hand, much depends on your presidency. I suppose it will be Bengal. Yes, I suppose so, she answered with hesitation. Mr. Raymond had drawn near in a stealthy way he had, and was leaning against the boat, listening. They could not see him, but he stood facing me, and not an expression of his escaped me. Well, you must first secure a good house, with large and lofty rooms, and a pucker roof. Not a thatched house, be sure of that. Then you will want a whole retinue of good servants. Your husband will please himself, but I prefer Hindus. Mohammedans are such fanatics and thieves, and have such an undisguised contempt for our sex. You will require a good consommé, and cook under him, a bearer, 2 khitmagars, an Ayan old woman for choice. Your number of 6 depends on your horses. Mr. Raymond has promised me 2 lovely Arabs for my carriage. I have never ridden, and he says he does not wish me to learn. No? Well, as he is a rich man, you will have to allow your servants to fleece you to a certain extent. You won't get grain and meat and poultry as cheap as others, but be sure and settle your accounts. With the cook weekly, never let them run on. Be very particular about, yes, I'll remember. Then about society. You have to call first on all the old. Residents married people, I mean, but the bachelors, of course, come and call on you and Here Mr. Raymond's face was a study. The visiting hours are between 12 and 2. The hottest time of the day and awful in the plains, but every one goes out in the evening, riding or driving, and the young men are playing cricket or polo, so it's the only time you find people in. And who returns the young men's visits? Your husband, or you ask them to dinner. I dare say they like that. Better, especially if the hostess is a pretty woman and has a good cook. I hope my little hints will come in useful. I have no doubt you will have a very gay time. Do you think so? Beaming as she spoke. Yes, it's a pity you do not ride, but of course you dance, and there will be lots of balls and partners for you, and tiffins and dinners and tennis. And you will find that your partners will often drop in and look you up in the afternoons. It civilizes young men to have afternoon tea, and I suppose your husband won't mind. From the glimpse I obtained of Mr. Raymond's countenance, it struck me that there would not be a warm welcome for his wife's partners, much less any invigorating refreshments. Chapter 4. We were nearing Port Said, and there was a talk of getting up a fancy ball in the canal. The night the steamer was tied up, an energetic lady there is always one among the passengers managed it, and cleverly evolved costumes out of almost nothing. There were Indians, Chinese, Japanese, Britannias draped with flags, lazy people who were merely _poudre_, and clowns playing cards, demons, and witches. The passengers of a P and O anchor close by came on board, and there with the silent desert stretching away at either side was enacted a scene of revelry, and all went merry as a marriage bell. Our ship gave the supper, the men the champagne. Mrs. Raymond was not allowed to dress in costume or to dance, though it had been suggested that she should go as Beauty and her husband as the Beast, or as the Princess Balderbadura, and her husband as the Magician. I fancy she had had a struggle to be present at all under her, for she looked rather pale, and her eyes were decidedly red as she came and sat near me. I was only a spectator, a withered old wallflower. "Can you not dance?" I asked, as she steadily refused partner after partner. "Oh yes, I can, and I am so fond of it too. But Mr. Raymond does not think married ladies ought to dance. I go further," he said, coming nearer as he spoke. "I don't think any ladies ought to dance. They lower themselves by doing so. They should leave all this display to notch girls. It is only fit for such. Look at that lady," pointing to Mrs. Swift in a very short dress, "and look at that one," indicating another in an exceedingly low body, "and you call them civilized and refined? I call them no better than savages. They are on a par with a woman who dances round fetish. You would shut them up if you had anything to say to them?" I remarked sarcastically. "I would in their graves," was the startling reply. "I agree with you that there is dancing and dancing, and I cannot admire these frantic polkas or the kitchen lancers. Ah, if you European ladies were not so prejudiced, you would allow that our zenana system was a sound one." "No, never. I should never go to that extreme," I maintained indignantly. "But listen to me. Do our women romp about with other men half clothed, too, and shame their husbands who stand looking on? You saw those ladies racing round the deck yesterday for a gold bangle. What sort of an exhibition did you call it?" I called it an exhibition of stockings, but I held my tongue. There was something in what he said. Some ladies I knew might be eliminated from society with much advantage to womankind in general. You think our women have no liberty," he pursued, gesticulating with his thin brown hands. "I'm sure they have not," I answered emphatically. "Another mistake. They have far more than in English families. Although the world does not see them, our mothers and wives pull all the strings from behind the purdah. No family matter is settled without them, be it weddings, purchase of land, or jewels. All those affairs are generally arranged by them. They're far more deferred to in money matters than European women, who are often beaten and almost always neglected or ignored where business is in question. An old lady like you, were she of my people, would have great authority, and they have ample variety. They drive about from one zenana to another and hear all the news, and drink coffee with their friends, nor are they debarred from male society. They see their husbands and brothers and uncles. Once a woman is married, why should she desire to see another man than her husband? There is where the great mistake is made in your country, where you're. Ladies kept in strict seclusion. There would be no disgrace, none of those shocking scandals that become more common every day. Have _you_ never any? I demanded in my tartest tone. Rarely, very rarely. And when one is discovered, what happens? Do not ask me _to_ much, was his mysterious reply. I maintain here, to you, an enlightened English lady, who knows India and knows the world, that our zenana life, our women's lives, is infinitely superior to yours, where women smoke and drink and shoot and hunt and have their liberty and make a very bad use of it. Ours have sufficient liberty, but no license. And yet many cannot read or write and spend their days playing childish games, dressing dolls, quarreling, or eating sweets. Their minds are blank. Better so than be full of wickedness. And yet you read French novels yourself. You have had a good education. You have seen the world. A woman is to be shut up between four walls, spending her days like some wound-up mechanical toy. Is she not as much a human being as you are? No, she is an inferior, was his astounding statement. Thank you, I replied with an arctic bow. But she is well watched and cared for, he calmly proceeded, and is very happy in her home, and has enormous influence. And yet she may not sit in her husband's presence, and when he enters a room, must stand with her face to the wall. That is seldom done now. These customs are going out of fashion. Yes, like the bowstring and the sack, I retorted with a spice of temper. At this moment someone came and offered to take me down to supper, and I was not sorry to leave Mr. Raymond. There was an odd glitter in his eyes and a repressed tone in his speech that I did not altogether relish. He had not been pleased with my thrust about the sack and bowstring, and for my part one had not fancied being so plainly informed that I was an old woman. We were never such good friends after that night, and I think he had an insane idea that Anderson, straight-laced Louisa Pollitt encouraged those two light-hearted officers in there, fluttering round his wife. Captain Fuller took me into his confidence one evening and said, "What can have persuaded that lovely girl to marry that horrible man? Did he pass himself off as an Italian or a Greek or what? Handsome, I suppose he is, but what an expression! And it strikes me that the nearer he approaches his native shores, the more native he becomes even in his dress. He has dropped his smart tweed suit for white duck, his deerstalker for a fez, and the fine new gloss of his European manners has worn down. He would like to poison _me_, and I should be delighted to kick him for half an hour. Well, I sincerely hope you will keep the peace. We have only 7 days more. We sight Perim tonight," I added consolingly. 7 days more. Yes, I wonder what sort of a life that wretched girl will lead. She is very simple, and as ignorant in some ways as a child. She will have carriages and horses and servants and lovely diamonds. And do you think they will make her happy? I am sure I don't know. It satisfies some women. Yes, but not when they're married to a native of India, with whom they can have but little in common, and who has an uncivilized temper. Where is she to live? He inquired, with undissembled interest. I do not know. I returned with a shake of my head. She is rather vague about it herself. But surely you can find out? You have been very kind to her, and I am certain that to feel she has one friend of her own sex in the country would make her happier. Give her your address. You might drop her a line and ask how she is getting on. It would be an act of charity. For, to tell you the truth, I have my doubts of that fellow. I would not trust him as far as I could throw him. I seemed, I suppose because I am stout and motherly looking, to be the general repository of people's confidences for one afternoon before dinner. Mrs. Raymond came and took Charles's chair. Her husband was deep in a game of chess. He glanced up for a second, but he evidently considered that she was safe with me and resumed his play. I looked at her closely. She had been crying. This was the second time I had seen her with red eyes. She moved her chair so that she sat with her back to the chess players and said, "I have not had a talk with you for a long time, Mrs. Powlett." "No, my dear, but we can have a good chat now. You are not looking. Yourself, have you a headache?" "I feel the heat." "Oh, I do hope we're not going to a very hot place." "I hope not," I answered cheerfully. "And in 6 more days I shall know. Mrs. Powlett, I wonder if I shall ever see you again." "Oh, I_hope_ I shall. Perhaps some day you will come and pay me a little visit at Tamashabad. How I should love to stay with you, but what? My husband would not let me go, I am sure. Oh, dear Mrs. Powlett, I feel so_safe_ when I am near you." And her eyes filled with tears. "What does the girl mean?" I asked impatiently. "I mean," lowering her voice, 2 tears now rolling slowly down her cheeks, "that my marriage has been a terrible mistake. I am afraid of. Mr. Raymond, I am indeed. Oh, why did I ever leave my home?" To hear a bride of a few weeks talk in this way gave me a most unpleasant sensation. "Nonsense, my dear girl. You're only a little bilious. It is the sea air. If you had not liked the man, I'm sure you would not have married." "It was all my mother's doing," she rejoined in a choked voice. So I need not tell you that I am not a lady by birth like you, and it was a grand match for the likes of me. Tell me where you met him, and how it all came about. You may be sure I shall keep whatever you relate to myself. I met him up in the lake country, where my mother keeps a little in the trout and fly. She is a widow and has 3 daughters. I am the youngest and best looking. Yes, go on. I was always a bit spoiled, I suppose on account of my looks, and I was sent to quite a genteel boarding school in Carlisle, where I learnt French and the piano, and when I came home I was never asked to help in the housework like Lizzie and Susan, or to wash dishes or cook. Mother could not bear me to soil a finger, and so I used to sew and do a little millinery and that. She never allowed me, even in the busy time, to set foot in the bar or coffee room, or to come across visitors at all. But one day I met Mr. Raymond on the stairs. She paused, sighed, and then added in a most melancholy tone, "And that began it all." "I suppose so." I acquiesced sympathetically. Yes, he stayed, and he hung about till he met me and spoke to me. He was very rich and handsome, and had such beautiful clothes, and rings so different from any of the village people. He took a fancy to me, he told Mother, and asked if he might walk out with me. And of an evening we used to walk together, and he told me lovely stories, and was very attentive, and gave me a gold watch and chain. And people talked in a horrid way, but Mother shut them up fine. He was a real grand gentleman, and he was going to marry me. he and she had settled. She said, if I had had to choose, and he had had the same as young Joe the boatman, my own cousin, I'd have married young Joe. However, we were married very quietly, and he carried me off to London and bought me splendid dresses and took me to the theaters and parks, and we had a fine hired carriage of our own. Then we went to Paris, and I liked that. And oh, he bought me such lovely diamonds. I never wished for a thing that I did not get it, just like in a fairy tale. But though he was very kind to me, I never could bring him to speak to me of his relations, his religion, or his home, and I know no more about them now than I did then, she said with a little sob. And here we are within. For days of Bombay, I have a presentiment that something is going to happen, and I cannot sleep for thinking of it. My heart does palpitate. So, as she spoke, her whole frame quivered. Indigestion, my dear. Pray, what could happen to you? I asked. I don't know, but sometimes Mr. Raymond is very angry with me, and he frightens me. He cannot endure me to speak to anyone, scarcely even to underscore you underscore, and he told me that if I ever spoke to Captain Fuller again, he would lock me up in my cabin. He is quite capable of it. What would I not give to be at home? Shall I ever see our dear hills and lakes again? Of course you will, I hastily rejoined, and meanwhile you will see a very interesting new country, where I hope you will be very happy. God grant it, Mrs. Powlett, she returned gravely. But sometimes I feel that I shall never be happy again, and she gave a little dry sob. You should have reflected well before you married. You are very young. You could hardly know your own mind. Yes, but you see, Mother is a strong-minded woman and manages us all. I never chose a dress for myself, let alone a sweetheart, and he was very liberal to Mother. He bought her a lease of the house, and poor Mother was just dazzled. The roads, big black-faced monkeys peered at us from amid the crops that they were ravaging within a stone's throw of our route. The haunt of a well-known man-eating tiger was impressively pointed out to us by our cicerone Abdul. This beast resided in some dense jungle that was unpleasantly close to human traffic. Morning and afternoon wore away speedily, and at sundown we found ourselves in front of the very neat traveler's bungalow at Karai. The interior was scrupulously clean and contained the usual furniture: 2 beds, 2 tables for chairs, lamps, baths, a motley collection of teacups and plates, and last, not least, the framed rules of the establishment and visitor's book. The consommé cooked us an excellent dinner for a traveler's bungalow, and, tired out, we soon went to bed and slept the sleep of the just. The second day was the same as the first, highly successful in every respect. On the third morning we left the great highway and turned to the left onto what was called the old Jubbulpore Road, and here our troubles commenced. Bullocks were bad, lame, small, or unbroken. One of Mrs. Duff's dismal prophecies came to pass, for after enduring bullocks who lay down, who kicked and ran off the road into their owners' houses, or rushed violently down steep places, we arrived at one stage where there were no bullocks at all. It was 4 o'clock, and we were still 16 miles from Chanda. After a short consultation, Julia and I agreed to walk on to the next stage, or village, leaving Abdul to draw the neighborhood for a pair of cattle and then to overtake us at express speed. No one coming much this road now. Sahib," he explained apologetically. "Village people never keeping Tonga bullocks only. Plow bullocks and plenty bobbery." "Bobbery or not, get them," said Julia with much decision. "No matter. If you pay 4 times the usual fare, we shall expect you to overtake us in half an hour." And having issued this edict, we walked on, leaving Abdul, a bullock man, and 2 villagers all talking together and yelling at one another at the top of their voices. Our road was dry and sandy, and lay through a perfectly flat country. It was lined here and there by rows of graceful trees covered with wreaths of yellow flowers. Now and then it was bordered by a rude thorn hedge, inside of which waved a golden field of ripe jawari. In distant dips in the landscape, we beheld noble topes of forest trees and a few red-roofed dwellings, the abodes of the tillers of the soil. But, on the whole, the country was silent and lonely. The few people we encountered driving their primitive little carts stared hard at us in utter stupefaction, as well they might to Sahibs trudging along, with no escort except a panting white dog. The insolent crows and lazy blue buffaloes all gazed at us in undisguised amazement as we wended our way through this monotonous and melancholy scene. 1 milestone was passed, and then another, and yet another, and still no sign of Abdul, much less the Tonga. At length we came in sight of a large village that stretched in a ragged way at either side of the road. There were the usual little mud hovels, shops displaying, say, 2 bunches of plantains and a few handfuls of grain, the usual collection of gaunt, red pariah dogs, naked children, and unearthly-looking cats and poultry. Julia and I halted afar off under a tree, preferring to wait for Abdul to chaperone us ere we ran the gauntlet of the village streets. Time was getting on, the sun was setting. Men were returning from the fields, driving bony bullocks before them. Women were returning from the well, with water and the last bit of scandal. At last, to our great relief, we beheld Abdul approaching with the Tonga, and our spirits rose, for we had begun to ask one another if we were to spend the night, sitting on a stone under a tamarind tree without the village. No bullocks was Abdul's explanation. The same tired pair had come, on most reluctantly, and in this village of cats and cocks and hens it was the same story, no bullocks. Abdul brought us this heavy and unexpected intelligence after a long and animated interview with the head man of the place. "What is to be done?" we demanded in a breath. "Stop here all night, going on tomorrow." "Stop where?" we almost screamed. "Over there," rejoined Abdul, pointing to a grove of trees at some little distance. "There is a traveler's bungalow. Chandar is 12 miles off. A traveler's bungalow." Sure enough, there was a building of some kind beyond the bamboos, and we lost no time in getting into the Tonga and having ourselves driven in that direction. As we passed the village street, many came out and stared, and one old woman shook her hand in a warning manner and called out something in a shrill, cracked voice. An avenue of feathery bamboos led to our destination, which proved to be the usual traveler's rest house, with white walls, red roof, and roomy veranda. But when we came closer, we discovered that the drive was as grass-grown as a field. Jungle grew up to the back of the house. Heavy wooden shutters closed all the windows, and the door was locked. There was a forlorn, desolate, dismal appearance about the place. It looked as if it had not been visited for years. In answer to our shouts and calls, no one appeared, but as we were fully resolved to spend the night there, we had the Tonga unloaded and our effects placed in the veranda, the bullocks untackled and turned out among the long rank grass. At length an old man in dirty, ragged clothes, and with a villainous expression of countenance, appeared from some back cookhouse, and seemed anything but pleased to see us. When Abdul told him of our intention of occupying the house, he would not hear of it. The bungalow was out of repair. It had not been opened for years. It was full of rats. It was unhealthy. Plenty fever coming. We must go on to Chanda. Naturally, we declined his hospitable suggestion. Was he the consummate caretaker of the place? We inquired imperiously. Yees, he admitted with a grunt. Drawing government pay and refusing to open a government traveler's bungalow, screamed Julia. Let's have no more of this nonsense. Open the house at once and get it ready for us, or I shall report you to the Commissioner Sahib. The consummate gave her an evil look, said, Mrs. Please, shrugged his shoulders and hobbled away as we hoped to get the key but. After waiting 10 minutes, we sent Abdul to search for him and found that he had departed. His lair was empty. There was nothing for it but to break the padlock on the door, which Abdul effected with a stone, and as soon as the door moved slowly back on its hinges, Julia and I hurried in. What a dark, damp place! What a smell of earth, and what numbers of bats! They flew right in our faces as we stood in the doorway and tried to make out the interior. Abdul and the bullock man quickly removed the shutters and let in the light, and then we beheld the usual dak sitting room, a table, chairs, and 2 charpoys, native beds, and an old pair of candlesticks. The table and chairs were covered with mold. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling in dreadful festoons, and the walls were streaked with dreary green stains. I could not restrain an involuntary shudder as I looked about me rather blankly. I should think this was an unhealthy place. I remarked to Julia, It looks feverish, and see the jungle comes right up to the back veranda. Fever plants, castor oil plants, young bamboos, all growing, up to the very walls. It would do very well for tonight, she returned. Come out and walk down the road whilst Abdul and the bullock man clean out the rooms and get dinner. Abdul is a wonderful man, and we won't know the place in an hour's time. It's just the same as any other traveler's bungalow, only it has been neglected for years. I shall certainly report that old wretch. The idea of a dak bungalow caretaker refusing admittance and running away with the key. What is the name of this place? She asked, deliberately taking out her pocketbook. Did you hear? Yes, I believe it is called Dakor. Oh, well, I shall not forget to tell Frank about the way we were treated at Dakor bungalow. The red sun had set at last, gone down, as it were, abruptly, behind the flat horizon. The air began to feel chilly, and the owl and the jackal were commencing to make themselves heard. So we sauntered back to the bungalow and found it indeed transformed, swept and garnished and clean. The table was neatly laid for dinner, and one of our own fine hurricane lamps blazed upon it. Our beds had been made up with our rugs and blankets, one at either end of the room, Hot water and towels were prepared in a bathroom, and we saw a roaring fire in the cookhouse in the jungle. Dinner consisting of a sudden death fowl, curry, bread, and undersur pate de foie gras was to our unjaded palates an excellent meal. Our spirits rose to normal, the result of food and light, and we declared to one another that this old bungalow was a capital find, and that it was really both comfortable and cheerful, despite a slight underscore arrière-pensée underscore of underscore earth underscore in the atmosphere. Before going to bed, we explored the next room, a smaller one that we occupied, an empty save for a rickety camp table, which held some dilapidated crockery and a press. Need you ask if we opened this press? The press smelt strongly of mushrooms and contained a man's topee, inch deep with mold, a tiffin basket, and a bungalow. Visitor's book. We carried this away with us to read at leisure, for the visitor's book in Dak bungalows occasionally contains some rather amusing observations. There is nothing funny in underscore this underscore musty old volume, merely a statement of who came and how long they stayed, and what they paid, with a few remarks, not by any means complimentary to the consummate. A dirty, lazy rascal, said one. A murderous-looking ruffian, said another. An insolent, drunken hound, said a third. The last entry was dated 7 years previously. Let us write our names, said Julia, taking out her pencil. Mrs. Goodchild and Mrs. Lloyd, December 23rd, bungalow deserted and very dirty consummate. What shall we say? She asked, glancing at me interrogatively. Why, there he is. I returned with a little jump, and there he was. Sure enough, gazing in through the window. It was the face of some malicious animal, more than the face of a man, that glowered out. Beneath his filthy red turban, his eyes glared and rolled as if they would leave their sockets. His teeth were fangs, like dogs' teeth, and stood out almost perpendicularly from his hideous mouth. He surveyed us for a few seconds in savage silence, and then melted away into the surrounding darkness as suddenly as he appeared. He reminds me of the Cheshire Cat in Alice in Wonderland, said Julia with would-be facetiousness, but I noticed that she looked rather pale. Let us have the shutters up at once, I replied, and have them well barred and the doors bolted. That man looked as if he could cut our throats. In a very short time the house was made fast. Abdul and the bullock man spread their mats in the front veranda, and Julia and I retired for the night. Before going to bed, we had a controversy about the lamp. I wished to keep it burning all night. I am a coward at heart, but Julia would not hear of this. Impossible for her to sleep with a light in the room, and in the end, I was compelled to be content with a candle and matches on a chair beside me. I fell asleep very soon. I fancy I must have slept long and soundly when I was awoke by a bright light shining in my eyes. So, after the ridiculous fuss she had made, Julia had lit the candle after all. This was my first thought, but when I was fully awake, I found I was mistaken or dreaming. No, I was not dreaming, for I pinched my arm and rubbed my eyes. There was a man in the room, apparently another traveler, who appeared to be totally unaware of our vicinity, and to have made himself completely at home. A gun case, a tiffin basket, a bundle of pillows and rugs as usual. Indian travelers' belongings lay carelessly scattered about on the chairs and the floor. I went up on my elbow and gazed at the intruder in profound amazement. He did not notice me, no more than if I had no existence. True, my charpoy was in a corner of the room, and rather in the shade, so was Julia's. Julia was sound asleep and, low be it spoken, snoring. The stranger was writing a letter at the table facing me. Both candles were drawn up close to him and threw a searching light upon his features. He was young and good-looking, but very, very pale. Possibly he had just recovered from some long illness. I could not see his eyes. They were bent upon the paper before him. His hands, I noticed, were well-shaped, white, and very thin. He wore a signet ring on the third finger of the left hand, and was dressed with a care and finish not often met with in the jungle. He wore some kind of light Norfolk jacket and a bluebird's eye tie. In front of him stood an open dispatch box, very shabby and scratched, and I could see that the upper tray contained a stout roundabout bag, presumably full of rupees, a thick roll of notes, and a gold watch. When I had deliberately taken in every item, the unutterable calmness of this stranger, thus establishing himself in our room, came home to me most forcibly, and clearing my throat, I coughed a clear, decided cough of expostulation to draw his attention to the enormity of the situation. It had no effect. He must be stone deaf. He went on writing, as indefatigably as ever. What he was writing was evidently a pleasant theme, possibly a love letter, for he smiled as he scribbled. All at once I observed that the door was ajar. Two faces were peering in, a strange servant in a yellow turban, with cruel, greedy eyes, and the consummate underscore. Their gaze was riveted on the open dispatch box, the money, the roll of notes, and the watch. Presently the traveler's servant stole up behind his master noiselessly and seemed to hold his breath. He drew a long knife from his sleeve. At this moment the stranger raised his eyes and looked at me. Oh, what a sad, strange look, a look of appeal. The next instant I saw the flash of the knife. It was buried in his back. He fell forward over his letter with a crash and a groan, and all was darkness. I tried to scream, but I could not. My tongue seemed paralyzed. I covered my head up in the clothes, and oh, how my heart beat. Thump, 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 surely underscore they underscore must hear it and discover me. Half suffocated, at length I ventured to peer out for a second. All was still black darkness. There was nothing to be seen, but much to be heard, the dragging of a heavy body, a dead underscore body, across the room. Then, after an appreciable pause, the sounds of digging outside the bungalow. Finally, the splashing of water underscore, some one washing the floor underscore. When I awoke the next morning, or came to myself, for I believe I had fainted daylight, was demanding admittance at every crevice in the shutters. Night, its dark hours, and its horrors was past. The torture, the agony of fear that had held me captive had now released me, and, worn out, I fell fast asleep. It was actually 9 o'clock when I opened my eyes. Julia was standing over me and shaking me vigorously and saying, "Nellie, Nellie, wake. I've been up and out this 2 hours. I've seen the head man of the village." "Have you?" I assented sleepily. Yes, and he says there are no bullocks to be had until tomorrow. We must pass another night here. Never. I almost shrieked. Never. Oh, Julia, I've had such a night. I've seen a murder. And straightway I commenced and told her of my awful experiences. That consummate murdered him. He is buried just outside the front step. I concluded tearfully. Sooner than stay here another night, I'll walk to Chanda. Ghosts. Murders. Walk to Chanda, she echoed scornfully. Why, you silly girl, I not sleep here in this very room, and sleep as sound as a top? It was all the pate de foie gras. You it never. Agrees with you. I know nothing about pate de foie gras, I answered angrily, but I know what I saw. Sooner than sleep another night in this room I'd. Unterstrich die Unterstrich. I might as well, for such another night would kill me. Bath, breakfast, and Julia brought me round to a certain extent. I thought better of tearing off to Chanda alone and on foot, especially as we heard, per coolie, that our respective husbands would be with us. The next morning, Christmas Day, we spent the day cooking, exploring the country, and writing for the English mail. As night fell, I became more and more nervous, and less amenable to Julia and Julia's jokes. I would sleep in the veranda, either there or in the compound. In the bungalow _never. An old witch of a native woman, who was helping Abdul to cook, agreed to place her mat in the same locality as my mattress, and Julia, good child, valiantly occupied the big room within, alone. In the middle of the night, I and my protector were awoke by the most piercing, frightful shrieks. We lit a candle and ran into the bungalow, and found Julia lying on the floor in a dead faint. She did not come round for more than an hour, and when she opened her eyes, she gazed about her with a shudder and displayed symptoms of going off. Again, so I instantly hunted up our flask and administered some raw brandy, and presently she found her tongue and attacked the old native woman quite viciously. Tell the truth about this place, she said fiercely. What is it that is here in this room? Devils, was the prompt and laconic reply. Nonsense. Murder has been done here. Tell the truth. How I knowing, she whined. I only poor native woman. An English sahib was murdered here 7 years ago, stabbed and dragged out and buried under the steps. Bah, how I telling? This not my country, she wailed most. Piteously. Tell all you know, persisted Julia. You do know. My husband is coming today. He is a police officer. You had better tell me then. Him. After much whimpering and hand-wringing, we extracted the following information in jerks and quavers. The bungalow had a bad name. No one ever entered it. And in spite of the wooden shutters, there were lights in the windows every night. Up to 12 o'clock. One day, so the villagers said, many years ago, a young sahib came to this bungalow and stayed 3 days. He was alone. He was in the forest department. The last evening he sent his horses and servants on to Chanda, and said he would follow in the morning after having some shooting, he and his boy, but though his people waited 2 weeks, he never appeared, was never seen again. The consummate declared that he and his servant had left in the early morning, but no one met them. The consummate became suddenly very rich, Said he had found a treasure. Also, he sold a fine gold watch in Jubbulpore and took to drink. He had a bad name, and the bungalow had a bad name. No one would stay there more than one night, and no one had stayed there for many years till _we_ came. The consummate lived in the cookhouse. He was always drunk. People said there were devils in the house, and no one would go near it after sundown. This was all she knew. Poor fellow. He was so good-looking, sighed Julia when we were alone. Poor fellow. And he was murdered and buried here. So I told you, I replied, and you would not believe me, but insisted on staying to see for yourself. I wish I had not, oh, I wish I had not. I shall never forget. Last night, as long as I live. That must have been his topi and tiffin basket that we saw in the press, I exclaimed. As soon as your husband comes, we will tell him everything and set him on the track of the murderers. Breakfast on Christmas morning was a very doleful meal. Our nerves were completely shattered by our recent experiences, and we could only rouse ourselves up to offer a very melancholy sort of welcome to our two husbands when they cantered briskly into the compound. In reply to their eager questions as to the cause of our lugubrious appearance, pale faces, and general air of mourning, we favored them with a vivid description of our 2 nights in the bungalow. Of course, they were rudely incredulous, and of course, we_ were very angry. Vainly we restated our case, and displayed the old topi and tiffin basket. They merely laughed still more heartily and talked of nightmare, and gave themselves such airs of offensive superiority that Julia's soul flew to arms. "Look here," she cried passionately. I laughed at Nellie as you laugh at _us. "We will go out of this compound, whilst you two dig, or get people to dig, below the front veranda and in front of the steps, and if you don't find the skeleton of a murdered man, then you may laugh at us forever." With Julia, impulse meant action, and before I could say 3 words, I was out of the compound with my arm wedged under hers. We went and sat on a little stone bridge within a stone's throw of the bungalow, glum and silent enough. What Christmas Day? Half an hour's delay was as much as Julia's patience could brook. We then retraced our steps and discovered what seemed to be the whole village in the Dak bungalow compound. Frank came hurrying towards us, waving us frantically away. No need for questions. His face was enough. They had found it. Frank Goodchild had known him. He was in his own department, a promising and most popular young fellow. His name was Gordon Forbes. He had been missed but never traced, and there was a report that he had been gored and killed in the jungle by a wild buffalo. In the same grave was found the battered dispatch box by which the skeleton was identified. Mr. Goodchild and my husband reinterred the body under a tree and read the burial service over it, Nellie and I, and all the village patriarchs attending as mourners. The consummate was eagerly searched for, alas, in vain. He disappeared from that part of the country and was said to have been devoured by a tiger in the Jana's jungles. But this is too good to be true. We left the hateful bungalow with all speed that same afternoon and spent the remainder of the Christmas day at Chanda. It was the least merry Christmas we ever remembered. The Goodchilds and ourselves have subscribed and placed a granite cross with his name and the date of his death over Gordon Forbes's lonely grave, and the news of the discovery of the skeleton was duly forwarded to the proper authorities, and also to the unfortunate young man's relations, and to these were sent the dispatch box, letters, and ring. Mrs. Duff was full of curiosity concerning our trip. We informed her that we spent Christmas at Chanda, as we had originally intended, with our husbands, that they had provided an excellent dinner of black buck and jungle fowl, that the plum pudding surpassed all expectations. But we never told her a word about our 2 nights' halt at Dakor Bungalow. Chapter 7. Underscore the other Miss Brown. Underscore. Here's my hand, and mine with my heart in't. Underscore the tempest. Underscore Tom Galway, of the Princess's own pea green pioneers, had evidently some weighty matter on his mind, as he lounged in a long chair in his veranda, nursing a veteran fox terrier and puffing furiously at a Trishy cheroot. Perhaps Tom was endeavoring to accustom himself to his new honors. His step was in that day's underscore Gazette underscore, and for the last 4 hours he had been entitled to write Captain at either end of his signature. He was a broad-shouldered, well-set-up young man of 28, with sleepy-looking gray eyes, closely cropped black hair, and a luxuriant mustache. His countenance was more remarkable for placid contentment than for brilliant intelligence. To tell the honest truth, Tom was not particularly sharp. He had only scraped through his examinations and mastered the drill book by what he called the skin of his teeth, and with extraordinary, and to him, exhaustive mental exertions. His best friend never thought Tom Galway clever, but he was sporting, good-natured, and good-tempered. He never made a joke at anyone's expense, possibly because he could not, and he never said an ill word of mortal. He was slow, his thoughts moved languidly, and took some time to grasp a subject. His blunders, literary and social, were the delight of the mess. But he was a reliable officer, a keen sportsman, and old Tom was one of the most popular fellows in the Princess's own pioneers. Tom was in the unfortunate condition common to a few other subalterns. Tom was impecunious. He did not gamble, bet, or drink. He kept no stud beyond a gone old caster who enjoyed the appropriate name of bare bones. His clothes were latterly tell at knot and gaff manufactured in his own veranda, where the money went to was one of the desperate problems that frequently puzzled poor Tom. Not that there was so much to go 250 rupees a month. Innocent British reader, if you like to do a nice little mental sum, a rupee is 1 shilling and 3pence. Alas, alas, for the good old days when the beloved coin was worth 2 shillings. Woe, woe to those who have to remit money home. Luckily, Tom Galway was spared this harrowing experience. Of what was Tom thinking so earnestly? Of the burning currency question? Of his debts? Of his new responsibilities? Whatever his thoughts were, they suddenly culminated in action, for he cast away his cheroot, flung down the dog, went into the interior of his bungalow, dragged out a well-preserved leather writing case, and sat himself down before it. At this moment another young man, riding a lean chestnut pony, and dressed in cricket flannels and a gaudy striped coat, galloped up onto the porch as if he was being hotly pursued by a pack of wolves. Throwing the reins to a panting Sais, he shouted, "Hello, Tom. So there you are. I've just come from the mess. I've told them to put the champagne in ice for tonight. For what? Asked Tom with a vacant look. Why, man alive, you've got to stand it. What are you mooning about? Did you not get your company today? Oh, of course, to be sure, assented Tom eagerly. What are you about? Aren't you coming down to rackets? No, it's mail day, protested Tom rather sheepishly. Bosh, why, you know you never write a letter, you old humbug. Well, anyway, I'm going to write one underscore and out underscore, so clear, to our mutual tailor. Give him my kind regards, and tell him that. He'll be paid in the coming by and by, and meanwhile to send you a couple of new suits. I don't know him a penny, said Tom, biting the end of his pen. I've cleared underscore him underscore off, thank goodness. Wish I could say the same, said his comrade, hitching himself up on the corner of the table. Maybe you are thinking of underscore another underscore kind of suit. I see my brilliant wit is thrown away on you. But you've heard of a lawsuit, and of a love suit? He's blushing. I declare he can't look me in the face. By Jove, he's in love. Look here, Jack, said Tom, who certainly had become a shade redder. Can you stop your tomfoolery for once and listen to me rationally for 5 minutes? I'm thinking of getting married. At this announcement, Jack bounded off the table, rushed to the door, and placing both hands to his mouth, gave a wild view hello that made the neighboring compounds ring, and threw Topper, the terrier, into a paroxysm of excitement. Having thus relieved his feelings, he turned quite gravely to his friend, drew up a chair, and leaning both elbows on the table, said, Tell us all about it, old chappie, but break it to me very gently if it's one of our Blazapore spins. No fear she is at home. I suppose your new-made honors have put this into your head, said Jack, surveying his chum with gaping, half-contemptuous amazement. No, it has been in my head this long time, but, you see, I could not afford to marry. Has underscore she underscore no coin, not a penny. Come, that's bad, and mind you, a captain's pay is not a mine of wealth. She is not extravagant neither, and we shall do as well as our neighbors. I hope so, said the other, dubiously. But who underscore is underscore she? First of all, promise that you won't go tearing round the station telling everyone. Am I a cackling old woman? Demanded Jack indignantly. Well, you remember when we were quartered at Baymouth, you recollect the two Miss Browns? Yes, to be sure I do, aunt and niece. Aunt, rather ancient, voice-like. A peacock, smart frocks, pots of money. Niece, pretty, and of course penniless. It's the niece, said Tom, almost in a whisper. So I should underscore hope underscore. I am glad to find that I have cultivated your taste to some purpose. I wish she had a few thousands, and I would give you my consent, and maybe a wedding present. Your consent is not going to be asked for. And how long has this been going on, you sly dog? Are you engaged to? No such luck. I could not well invite her to share a subaltern's pay. She is not married yet, I know, and I'm going to write to her this. Mail, and ask her to be Mrs. Galway, hoorah, hooray, and owner of bungalow number 25, Toucan. Chairs, 1 camp table, 1 fox terrier dog, age, ditto bay horse, deaf and blind. Shut up, will you young idiot, said his friend impatiently. I know that her aunt leads her a devil of a life, and to come out to a home of her own would be a merciful release. You see she is companion, lady's maid, gooseberry, and scapegoat. Poor girl, she has had hard lines. I remember Miss Brown, senior she, was at every ball and tennis party in the place, observed Jack Murray, thoughtfully. The niece was always kept well in the background. I was rather interested in the niece underscore myself underscore, but her aunt declared she hated society and had other engagements. Her other engagements were sitting at home, darning stockings or crying her eyes out, said Captain Galway. Her aunt is a Tartar, if ever there was one, a soured, ill-natured, hypocritical old cat. All the same, she is a well-gilt old cat, has heaps of coin. I wonder if she will give her niece a dowry. If she gives her passage money, I shall be agreeably surprised, was the prompt reply. Well, now, I suppose you want to write underscore the underscore letter, and I won't disturb you, said Jack Murray, rising, unless I can be of any assistance? No, thank you, very gruffly. Mind you say what you underscore me underscore, and don't make a mull of the whole concern. 'Pon my word, I think you had better let me draft you a copy. For an answer, his comrade took up a volume of the Queen's regulations and shied it at Jack, who, ducking his head, just evaded the missile, and with another ear-splitting screech, mounted his barack tat and gleefully decamped. Jack was a merry subaltern, whose gaiety never knew a cloud, whose face was never overcast, and who found existence intensely amusing, thoroughly enjoyed life, and the pleasures, excitements, duties, and diversions that it brought him. It was no easy matter to Tom Galway to indict any letter much, less a love letter. His departed friend could have knocked off a underscore billet due underscore in less than 5 minutes. How he bit the end of his pen, how he tore up sheet after sheet of the best crested regimental note paper, how he wished he had taken Jack Murray's offer, I will not linger to relate. In the end, he contrived to concoct and finish a missive, and was so completely exhausted and done up that he was obliged to relieve his flagging faculties with a stiff whiskey and soda. A letter like that takes it out of a fellow frightfully, muttered Tom, mopping his forehead. However, it's done, and off my mind. He was a person of slow mental evolution. He had been deliberating over this step for months, and he had taken it at last. He dressed, carried the letter over to the mess, saw it placed in the post bag, and started on the first stage of its long journey. He stood and looked after the letter corporal with an unusually solemn face. Would he recall the epistle if he could? No, 10,000 times no. Nevertheless, between the important invitation just dispatched and the responsibility of being actually captain of F Company, our hero was considerably sobered, and that night at mess his silence and abstraction, despite several beakers of his own champagne, was the subject of unlimited remark and chaff. He did not fire up at the news of a polo scurry, nor join a tug-of-war with one of the punka ropes, nor even jump at the proposal to put a buffalo calf into Major Pratt's bed. And B. Major Pratt was dining elsewhere. He was a little lean, hungry-looking man, with a sharp nose and red mustache, adored by his regiment, and the idol of the fair sex according to his own account. A less partial view was taken by the world, but is not that generally the case? Men who had a good opportunity of knowing the Major said that he was as deep as a draw well, that he shirked his work, that he funked writing, and that he was a regular little screw. The fair sex said, but no matter. It is enough for me to chronicle that they did not accept him at his own valuation. Weeks rolled by, and then one happy day the post office peon, with his tricolored turban, brought Captain Galway a telegram that had come all the way from England. It was brief to the point and most satisfactory, and said, "Yes, letter follows, L. Brown." Tom showed this precious document to Jack Murray with undisguised triumph, for Jack had been dubious of the answer, and when his chum had talked, in foolishly sanguine moments, of doing up the garden and buying a piano, which was going a dead bargain, Jack had thrown cold water on these designs and said, "I would not be so dead sure that you will come, my Thomas. It strikes me that you are counting your chickens before they are hatched." Tom never argued the point, but frequently refreshed his hopes by contemplating a certain photograph and a withered bunch of forget-me-nots that lay hidden in the recesses of his battered old desk, and said to himself, "She will come right enough." Undeniably, men are vain creatures. After this auspicious telegram, Jack was silenced. His friend was magnanimous and did not say, "I told you so," but he labored diligently in the garden. He bought the piano. He took his colonel's wife into his confidence, and he talked so incessantly of her, of Lily, that Jack was seriously thinking of dissolving partnership and moving into another bungalow. Of course, when it was noised abroad that Tom Galway, who did not know God save the Queen from the Dead March in underscore had purchased a piano, and that the instrument was actually on view in his barn-like abode, there was no need for Tom to make any further announcement to his brother officers or the station. It was plain that Tom was going to be married. Naturally, he was the legitimate object of any amount of chaff, which chaff he bore with his usual phlegmatic good humor and a broad grin of ridiculous complacency. He had now received 2 precious letters from Lily. She announced that she was making arrangements for coming out with some friends immediately, as it was a good opportunity that might not occur again. She had taken her passage in the P and O _choose and would be in Bombay early in November. A portion of this was imparted to Jack, but bits were skipped here and there in a highly suspicious manner. "I suppose she says nothing of the inquired Mr. Murray, sarcastically. "Not a word. The letters are short and sweet it. Well, the only drawback that I_C is old. Miss Brown, she will be worse than a mother-in-law." "Not with the C's between us," retorted Tom emphatically. "She might come suggested Jack. "By Jove, do you know that I used to think she was rather sweet on you herself "Bosh," said Tom, reddening. The same idea had once occurred to his slower intelligence, only to be angrily repudiated. "She might be my mother, you young donkey." All the same, he had vivid recollections of when he would fain have sauntered round the gardens with Lily. It was the aunt who had held him in agreeable dalliance. It was she who picked flowers and placed them in his buttonhole with her own white fingers and a girlish simper. It was she who asked for his photograph, who kept him a prisoner in close tete-a-tete at tennis parties and dances, whilst his whole mind was on the rack to know what had become of Lily. At first he had thought Miss Brown a harmless, vain, loquacious old maid, but subsequently he overheard sharp, bitter speeches to her niece. He had seen Lily's tears, her constant humiliations, had contrasted her dowdy old dresses with her aunt's brilliant toilettes, and had come to the conclusion that Miss Brown was a selfish, scheming vixen, and that he could not endure the sight of her. As time went on, Bungalow 25 became quite transformed, thanks to Mrs. Cornwall, the wife of the colonel of the regiment, who gave not only sympathy and useful hints, but practical assistance. Pretty furniture was picked up and covered with new cretonne. Curtains were hung in doorways. New matting was laid down. Pictures were disposed on. The walls, a pony cart, side saddle, cook and ayah, were figuratively laid in. Miss Brown was to be received by Mrs. Cornwall and married. From her house, in the monotonous cantonment life at Blazapore, the arrival of Captain Galway's pretty young bride was awaited with extraordinary interest. Miss Brown, senior, Christian name, Lavinia, had been a beauty in her day, and still possessed some remains of her former good looks. She was now upwards of 40, but with a youthful figure, well-cut gowns, and smart little bonnets. Might be taken for 35, especially in a veil, or with her back to the light. Many people wondered that she was not married, and no one was more astonished at this omission than Miss Brown herself. Of course, she had refused scores of offers, 59 altogether, and had had 2 heartbreaking disappointments. This she imparted to her friends, naturally in the strictest confidence. She also informed them that nothing would induce her to marry now. Her affections were in the grave, and all she had to live for was her niece's strange, eccentric, impassive girl who detested society. Now, Miss Brown herself was ordered cheerful surroundings by her medical man, and to be a great deal in the open air with lively, pleasant associates, and to take moderately active exercise, as, for instance, tennis playing and dancing, and to indulge in change of scene and the best and soundest Burgundy. She was rather partial to the military, and made no secret of her taste. Her solid-looking, comfortable detached house was always open to the officers, unmarried, of the garrison, not merely for miserable little afternoon teas, but good substantial luncheons and well-cooked dinners. At these Miss Brown presided in ravishing toilettes, and with the airs of a belle of 20. She was generally supported by 1 or 2 mature matrons, but her niece was never present to tell the honest truth. She was marshalling the dishes in the back hall, or occupied in the kitchen. One autumn morning Miss Brown came down to breakfast, unlocked the post bag, and took out the letters. She was not in a genial humor. It was a raw kind of day, and her dressmaker's bill had been a disagreeable surprise. What was this thin epistle, an Indian letter, underscore Miss Brown, the Grove, underscore, her face became rather red. Then she tore it open, and, after glancing at the signature, proceeded to devour it. It ran as follows: Dear Miss Brown, I wish I might put underscore my underscore dear Miss Brown, but I hope the answer to this letter will give me that delightful privilege. Tom had thought this a very neat and effective opening. I have not seen you for nearly 2 years, but I have heard of you through the Covingtons, and that you are underscore still unmarried underscore. Absence has made the heart grow. Fonder my case. I trust it has been the same in yours at least, that you have not. Forgotten _me_ in those jolly days we spent together the year before last. I have just got my company, and I write the same day to ask you to be my wife. I can now offer you a comfortable home, and I'm sure you would like India. If you could come out this cold weather and marry me in Bombay, I should esteem it an honor. This sentence seemed somewhat cold and commonplace to Tom, so he added, Darling Miss Brown, you knew that I adored you, but dared not speak sooner. If you love me, come out as soon as ever you can, and make Blazapur a paradise for yours most faithfully, Tom Galway. P.S. I have a forget-me-nots still. Miss Brown perused this effusion with a very high color, and equally mingled portions of emotion, astonishment, and rapture. Now and then, she paused to reread a sentence, as if she could not believe her _eyes. An offer of marriage. To go to India to be Mrs. Tom Galway. Her brain was in a whirl. What an unexpected summons. What would the Robinsons say, and the Fishers and the Smiths? What bliss! What triumph! Visions of a superb trousseau, of India, elephant's palm, trees, wedding cake, and a sea voyage all flashed through her mind. Suddenly she looked over at her pretty, pale niece, who was pouring out the coffee, and said rather sharply, Lily. Yes, Aunt, lifting a pair of lovely brown eyes. You remember an officer who was here the summer before last. He was in the Pioneers, and paid me a great deal of attention, Tom Galway. Lily nodded. She had now become extremely red. I've just had a letter from him. A letter, she echoed in a faint voice. Yes, containing an offer of marriage. Began the girl, and then she stopped. For _me_ of course, said her aunt, suddenly standing up and dusting the crumbs off her apron. Who else do you suppose? Poor Lily. The color sank quickly from her cheeks. She was now as white as the tablecloth. Miserable girl. Her little love idyll had been brief, uncertain, and uncomfortable, guiltily snatched moments of conversation, secret gifts of flowers, stealthy promises incoherent. Farewells. She liked Tom Galway, good-looking, good-tempered, stupid. Tom, her one hope had been that he would return and claim her when he got his company. He had not said so in so many words, but somehow it was understood, and when they parted she had given him a little bunch of forget-me-nots, and he had kissed her hand. But then, of course, Tom was notoriously stupid. He had certainly paid court to her aunt. He had been obliged to walk and talk with her, to gain a footing in the grove, enters her all _, and in this Tom displayed unusual craft. Now all the time he had been in earnest, as regarded Aunt Lavinia, for she was rich and he was poor, and he had only been amusing himself with _. Oh, faithless, faithless mercenary Tom. Well, have you nothing to say? Demanded Miss Brown rather shrilly. How different you are to other girls. Why don't you come round and kiss me and congratulate me? Lily rose. Certainly Lily was a stoic, and came and laid a marble cheek against her aunt's highly artistic skin. I hope you will be happy, Aunt Lavinia, she faltered. I'm sure I shall. Captain Galway is good-tempered, handsome, and passionately attached to me. You may make your mind quite easy about my future. Why do you look so white and odd? Is there one drawback? Come, speak out. Don't you think he is rather, what? She snapped explosively. Rather young. Young. Why, he's past 30, nearly my own age. Oh, come. Miss Brown. Young. Rubbish. The Queen was older than Prince Albert. Well, I can't stay here talking all day. I must send off a telegram. I must run across and tell the Smiths and Joneses and call in at Miss Tuck's. About the trousseau, you might go round and look up that woman who comes out sewing by the day. By the by, what's to be done with underscore you underscore? Tom never thought of that foolish fellow. He is so taken up with underscore me underscore. I'll send you to board in some respectable, quiet family or a finishing school or somewhere. Then Miss Brown, Senior, set about her preparations with inconceivable promptitude and dispatched the telegram and letters which threw Tom Galway into such a transport of happiness. The underscore arrived in Bombay 2 days before her time, and Miss Brown was among the passengers. Her toilettes were Parisian, and her airs and assumption of youth were more ridiculous than ever. She displayed Tom's photograph in dead secrecy to about 15 different ladies who marveled at this handsome young man's infatuation and subsequently nodded and giggled among themselves and said, underscore money. The yearly inspection was in full swing at Blazapur, so Tom had not the smallest chance of getting leave to meet his underscore fiancée, underscore Bombay. She was expected to arrive in 3 days' time, and all preparations for her reception were nearly completed. Tom had had a long spell at musketry on the ranges, and was resting himself in his own veranda when Jack Murray arrived at a gallop. I say, Tom, look alive, he began breathlessly. She's come. Who? Who has come? Said Tom, jumping to his feet. Why, shillily Miss Brown. She drove up to the Cornwalls just now, a strange lady, pretty figure, thick white gauze veil. So hurry up. No need to repeat this injunction. Tom was already in his own apartment, tearing off his dusty uniform and shouting to his chakra for his boots, his best suit, and a clean shirt. It was almost dusk when he arrived at his colonel's bungalow and was met by Mrs. Cornwall in the veranda. She will be in the drawing room directly, she whispered mysteriously. She has had a cup of tea and is taking off her hat. The underscore came in before her time. What do you think of her, Mrs. Cornwall? Asked Tom impulsively, coloring as he spoke. Isn't she the prettiest girl you ever saw? Mrs. Cornwall coughed nervously and replied, Never mind all that under her. Go into the drawing room. I shall not intrude. Mind you are to come to dinner. Tom passed onward without another word. The drawing room was darkish, but he made out a slim, white figure that rose quickly at his entrance. Ere he could distinguish more, she was folded in his arms. Oh, Tom, dear Tom, she exclaimed rapturously. What underscore voice was this? He drew back instinctively and met Miss Brown's cold gray eyes smiling up into his face. He glanced sharply round the room and faltered out, Where is she? Where is Lily? Why, dearest? What an odd question. She is at home, of course, at Clifton. Not coming, he stammered, as the awful situation assumed a mental shape. His very blood seemed turned to ice. No, certainly not. We shall be far happier by ourselves, dear, and you said nothing about her, never named her. Never named her? Was he going stark, staring mad? By and by we will have her out and get her married, if we can. And she laughed as much as to say, easier said than done. It was dusk. The expression of amazement, horror, and dismay which passed over Tom's features during this remarkable scene were completely lost on Miss Brown. Happy Miss Brown. Tom, she said, how odd you are. But you were always rather silent and undemonstrative. Are you not glad to see me? Think of the thousands of miles I have come to see you. And as she spoke, she laid her head confidingly against his shoulder. I was out in the sun today, and my head feels queer, he said, drawing back. Poor Tom was going through the most awful moment of his life, and surely an unrivaled experience. But Tom was a gentleman and could not bring himself to divulge the real truth. You must be tired, he stammered with a desperate effort. I'll see you again at dinner. And without further remark, he walked hastily out of the room. Hello, what's this inquired Jack Murray. As to his intents amazement, he discovered his friend sitting in his bedroom before his dressing table. Back already? Why are you not sunning yourself in the smiles of beauty? Then he caught a glimpse of his friend's face. It was ghastly white, and lo, on the table before him were arranged a revolver and a case of razors. I'm taking my choice, said Tom in a hoarse voice. It must be one or the other. Jack Murray was justly alarmed at the expression of his eye, but did not lose his head for a second. What is it? He asked coolly, reaching over and pocketing the razors. The sun, acting on confirmed softening of the brain? Or have you had a already row? Listen to me, Jack. I went over to see Lily, as I thought. Yes, and as I thought, echoed Jack. Well, she was not there, but the aunt was. There's been some infernal mistake, and she has come out to marry me. When Jack Murray heard this appalling statement, he stared for a second, and then threw himself on his friend's camp cot and gave vent to a succession of yells of laughter. Yes, said his comrade, very sternly, play to you and death to me. After another violent paroxysm, Jack sat up, dried his eyes on his coat cuffs, and said quite seriously, you are in a tight place this time, and no mistake. What on earth are you to do? Shoot myself, was the brief reply. Rubbish. Stop a moment. I have an idea. What good is an idea, said Tom, scornfully. Promise to place yourself in my hands, and I'll guarantee to get you out of this business alive. Nonsense. The woman is here. Cake, trousseau, and all complete. Lily, of course, is done with me. When the story is known, I shall be the laughingstock of India. If I don't marry her, she will bring an action, as sure as fate. No. My idea is a touch of the sun. Grove, the doctor, is a good chap. He'll say it was that. I've been on the ranges all day, a touch of the sun. And this, taking up the revolver as he concluded. Put it down, said his friend angrily. Listen to me. We must go over there to dinner, and tomorrow you shall go on the sick list and stay there. All I want is time. Jack dared not leave his friend alone in his present condition, suicidal, and after a long and exciting altercation, he prevailed on him to accompany him over to the Colonel's. Tom looked white, haggard, and miserable, anything but the impersonation of a happy lover. He sat beside his bride-elect, nobly representing the death his head at. The feast, his bride, who was dressed in a marvelous French toilette of white brocade, whose ears, throat, and fingers glittered with diamonds, and who was in exuberant spirits. The company were greatly surprised at Tom Galway's idea of a pretty girl of 19, but politely dissembled their amazement. Possibly Tom was more worldly wise than they had supposed. The old girl, such was their profane definition, had evidently lots of money, but Tom was a deadly failure as a lover. However, if Miss Brown was satisfied, there was no more to be said. After dinner, there was a little music. Tom sat beside his fiancée on a conspicuous sofa and looked as if he was awaiting execution, or was thinking of all his dead relations. Jack played the banjo and sang "Mary Had a Little Lamb" and various other silly songs, and presently the guests went away. Mrs. Cornwall thoughtfully maneuvered so as to leave the lovers to make their adieus alone. Unhappy Tom, he walked abruptly over to the wrong Miss Brown, held out a limp hand, and said good night, whereupon she rose and looked as if she was going to fall on his neck, and he turned precipitately and fled. The next day Tom was in high fever in real earnest. A touch of the sun on the ranges, his head was shaved, and an hospital nurse procured. Of course Miss Brown was tenderly anxious and very much grieved and concerned, but she saw no reason to sit in sackcloth and ashes. She had seen other specimens of the officers of the Pioneers, and began to think she was rather throwing herself away upon Tom Galway. She had met Major Pratt at a dinner party at the General's quite a little impromptu affair, and he had noted the new arrival with interest. Her income, trebled, had been casually imparted to him by Jack Murray as a profound secret. 3,000 a year. What luck for Tom Galway. If he had only had such a chance, and the money was undoubtedly there, for she talked intelligently of funds, shares, and mortgages. Her diamonds were valuable, her dresses costly. She was not half bad-looking either. He affected deep sympathy for her and Tom. Lucky. Tom, he exclaimed. What envy, hatred, and malice he had stirred up in Blazapore. He sat close to her and administered neat little speeches and sugared compliments, and entreated her to look out for a wife for him. And when she went away, he squeezed her hand. The next day he called, and the next day he called and brought a bouquet, and the next day he called and brought a book, and the following day a tiger skin. He damned Tom Galway with the faintest praise. He was good-looking, yes, but now she must not fly at him heavy, good-natured, but densely. Stupid, rather a butt, and indeed only for him, Major Pratt would have got into one or two very nasty scrapes. The Major had made up his mind to marry Miss Brown, and was calmly confident of his ultimate success. Tom Galway was to combat and all is fair in love and war. And in the end it came to pass that Major Pratt prevailed and carried off the prize. The little Miss Brown had seen of Tom had not impressed her favorably. His shaven head, long bony hands, shabby clothes, and gaunt appearance afforded a painful contrast to the spruce, agreeable little Major. Moreover, he was a field officer and not a junior captain, and a far more suitable match in every respect. In an incredibly short time, Jack Murray's anticipations were realized. A few honeyed speeches, a few drives with the Major in Jack's dog cart, a few bouquets and cheap but judicious presents, and Miss Brown had exercised her sexist privilege and changed her mind. She wrote a long letter of apology to Tom, deploring her own cruelty and his broken heart, praying that _time_ would alleviate his misery, and pleading, as extenuating circumstances, Major Pratt's irresistible fascinations and her woman's weakness. That same evening, she and the Major ran away together. No one gave chase, and they were ultimately married by special license in Madras. Jack lost no time in bearing the great news to his friend. All Blazapur was quivering with the shock. That mercenary little wretch, the Major, had carried off Tom, Galway's heiress. Unlucky Tom. It's all right, Tom. Here's your release. Holding up the letter that cried Peccavi. It had been consigned to Jack as a matter of course, he being the Major's chief advisor and confidant. She's in the regiment. I could not help that. We had to sacrifice someone and the Major deserved it. Oh, Jack, said his friend, wringing his hand till the tears stood in Jack's eyes. You have saved my reason and my life. Rubbish. If you had allowed _me_ to draft the first letter there, would have been none of this bother. Served you jolly well right for addressing it to _Miss Brown. She might have known, stammered Tom. She could not have thought that. I meant There's no saying. No fool like an old one. You wrote again last. Mail, did you not? Wrote to the right one. I'll take good care to see you turned off myself this time. In a couple of months your hair will have grown, and you'll be fit to be seen, and then you can go down to Bombay and marry the other Miss Brown. And he did. Chapter 8. If you see her face. I heard a voice across the press of one who called in vain. Barak Room Ballads. Daniel Gregson, ESQ, BSc, political agent to the Raja of Unamore, a child of 7 years of age, and Percy Goring, his junior assistant, were traveling from their own state to attend the Great Delhi Durbar. Mr. Gregson was a civilian of 25 years standing, short of neck, short of stature, and short of temper. His red face, pale, prominent eyes, and fierce, bushy brows had gained for him the nickname of the Prawn, but he was also known as a marvelously clever financier, ambitious, shrewd, and prompt in action, and by those who were under him, he was less loved than feared. Young Goring was just 26, and much more eager to discuss good shooting or a good dance than the assessment of land, the opium trade, or even acting allowances. The pair journeyed with due ceremony on the native state line, and in the little Rajah's own gilt and royal carriage. He was laid up in the palace with chicken pox, and had wept sorely because he had been unable to accompany his guide, philosopher, and friend to the grand tamasha, to wear his new velvet coat and all his jewels, and to hear the guns that would thunder in his honor. Child as he was already keenly sensitive respecting his salute. Meanwhile, the agent and his subordinate got on capitally without him, traveling at the leisurely rate of 10 miles an hour that fine November afternoon, surrounded with tiffin baskets, cigarettes, iceboxes, and other luxurious accompaniments. About 4 o'clock the train came to a sudden standstill. There was no station to account for. This merely a country road, a white gate, and the mud hut. The halt resolved itself into a full step. Mr. Gregson thrust his red face out of the window and angrily inquired the reason of the delay. "Beg your pardon, sir," said the Eurasian guard. "There has been a break on the line bridge gone, and we can't get forward nohow." Mr. Gregson glanced out on the prospect, the dusty cactus hedge, the white telegraph posts, the expanse of brownish grass, black goats, and jungle. Any village, any dak bungalow, demanded the political agent, who might have known better than to ask. "I'm afraid not, Your Honor. If Your Honor will wait here, we will send a messenger to the next station on foot and tell them to telegraph for another train from the junction. This will arrive at the other side of the break and take you on about 12 o'clock tomorrow. And meanwhile we are to sit here," cried Mr. Gregson indignantly. Pretty state of affairs. I'll send a memo to the railway engineer that will astonish him," he said, turning to Goring. "It's 4 now, and we shall be here till 12 o'clock tomorrow, if we don't mind. We shall be late for the Durbar, and I shall have to wire unavoidably absent." "I wonder if there is any sport to be had," said Goring, descending from the carriage and stretching his long legs. "Any shooting, any blackbuck?" looking at the guard interrogatively. "Ah, that reminds me," exclaimed Mr. Gregson. "The Rajah has a hunting box somewhere in these parts, Corey. We can go there for the night." "Yes, Your Honor," assented a listener with profound respect. "But it is 4 kos from here, a Cutchow road in a very poor part of the state." "I vote we stop here," said Goring. "We can shoot a bit and come back, and dine and sleep in the train. We shall be all right and jolly, twice as comfortable as in some tumble-down old summer house." "I shall go to Corey at any rate," rejoined his superior officer, who resented opposition. "The place is kept up, and I've never seen it. This will be a capital opportunity to inspect it. But it's 4 kos away, and how are we to get our baggage and bedding and grub over?" "Coolies," was the laconic rejoinder. "Get them ready to start at once," to his head servant, with an imperious wave of his hand. "There is no way of transport for your majesty," said his obsequious bearer with a deep salaam. "No ponies, not even an ekin, lest the protector of the poor would stoop to a country cart, which same is a long, rude, open basket between 2 round wooden wheels and drawn by a pair of bullocks. I really think it is hardly worth while to move," urged Goring, as he cast a greedy eye in the direction of a promising snipe geel. "It will be an awful fag, and you know you hate walking." "You can please yourself and stay here," said Mr. Gregson with immense dignity, who, if he hated walking, liked his own way. As the whole suite, not to mention the commissariat, were bound to accompany him, Goring was compelled to submit. He dared not run counter to his arbitrary companion, rejecting with scorn the lowly vehicle that had been suggested, set out for Corey on foot, whither along. String of coolies had already preceded him. The sandy country road wound over a barren, melancholy-looking tract, diversified with scanty pasture and marshy patches, or geels, pools of water, tall reeds, and brown grasses. It was dotted with droves of lean cattle, paddy birds, milk-white herons, and cranes, especially the tall Sirius family, who danced to one another in a stately, not to say solemn, fashion. Truly a bleak, desolate-looking region, and, save one or two miserable huts and some thorn bushes, there was no sign of tree or human habitation. At last they came in sight of a wretched village, the once prosperous hanger-on of the now deserted hunting palace that showed its delicate stone pinnacles behind a high wall. Apparently, it stood in an enclosure of vast extent, an enclosure that must have cost lakhs of rupees. 2 sahibs were naturally an extraordinary sight. In this out-of-the-way district, the fame and name of Mr. Gregson, a Burra Sahib, had been spread before him by the coolies. Therefore beggars and petitioners swarmed eagerly round this great and all-powerful personage. Mr. Gregson liked to feel his own importance at a durbar or an official dinner, but it was quite another matter to have it thrust upon him by a gang of clamoring paupers, the maimed, the halt, the blind, crying out against taxation, imploring alms and mercy. He was a hard man with a quick, impatient temper. An aged blind beldame got in his way, and he struck her savagely with his stick. She shrank back with a sharp cry, and Goring, who is ever known as a sahib with a soft heart, spoke to her and gave her a rupee, a real rupee. It was years since she had felt one. Although she is blind, Sahib, beware of her, said an officious youth, with his hair in a top knot. She has the evil eye. Peace, dog, she screamed. Then to Goring, I am a lone old woman. My kindred are dead. I have lived too long. I remember the former days, rich days, but bad days. Sahib, if you would be wise, go not to the palace Kanna. Goring was moving on when the hag hastily clutched him by the sleeve and added in a rasping whisper, Underscore, if you see her face you die. Underscore, she is mad, he said to himself as he hastened to join Mr. Gregson, who had arrived at the great iron-studded gates in a state of crimson fury. You say we have land, true, shouted a haggard, wild-eyed riot. But what is land without crops? What is a remission of 5% to wretches like us? It is but as a caraway seed in a camel's mouth. The wild beasts take our cattle and destroy our grain, and yet we must work and pay you and starve. Would that the Rajah was a man grown. Would that underscore you underscore were dead. Mr. Gregson hurried inside and banged the great gate violently in the face of the importunate crowd. It is a very poor district and much too heavily assessed, said Goring to himself. There is not even a pony in the place. The very bunia is in rags. The deer eat the crops, such as they are since. The deer are preserved, and there is no one now to shoot them. It is abominable. The palace was a pretty, light stone building, 2 stories in height, with a tower at either end and a double veranda all the way round. In front of it, a large space was paved with blocks of white marble, which ran the whole length of the building, and it was surrounded by the most exquisite gardens, kept up in perfect order doubtless by the taxes wrung from the wretched creatures outside its gates, a garden that was never entered by its proprietor or enjoyed by any one from year's end to year's end, save the Mali's children and the monkeys. The monkeys ate the fruit, the roses and lilies bloomed unseen, the fountains dripped unheeded. It was a paradise for the doves and squirrels, like a garden in a fairy tale. The chokedar and head Mally, __ was a rich man, received their great guest with every expression of humble delight. Dinner was prepared with much bustle in the hall of audience, whilst Mr. Gregson and his junior explored. There were long shady walks paved with white marble, immense bushes of heliotrope and myrtle, delicate palms, fine mango trees, peach trees and orange trees. It was truly an oasis in the desert when one contrasted it with the bare, desolate, barren country that lay outside its walls. "I shall bring the little chap here," said Mr. Gregson pompously. "We will have a camp here at Christmas." And then he strolled back to the palace and made an excellent dinner of roast turkey and asparagus and champagne. After this repast, he got out his dispatch box and his cigarette case and set about writing an official, whilst Goring took a chair and adjourned to the marble pavement outside the palace. It was an exquisite night. A low moon was peering over the wall. The air was heavy with the scent of syringa and orange blossoms. There was not a sound, not a voice to be heard, not a soul in sight, save Mr. Gregson, who, illuminated by 2 wax candles, bent eagerly over his pen as he sat in the open hall of audience. Goring, as he smoked, thought of many things, of the half-famished villagers, of the splendid shooting that was going to waste, of the grand bag he could make and would make at Christmas. Then he began, sleepily, to recall some stories, half-told stories about this very place, tales of hideous atrocities and crimes that had been done here in the days of the Tiger Raja, the present ruler's grandfather. He was gradually dozing off when he was aroused by the sounds of distant tom-toms playing with extravagant spirit. The drumming came slowly nearer and nearer. It actually seemed to be in the garden louder, and louder, with a whispered murmuring and low applause, and as it were the footsteps of a great multitude. But there was nothing whatever to be seen, and it was as light as day. He moved uneasily in his chair and gazed behind him. No, nothing to be seen but his senior steadily covering sheets of foolscap. He turned his head and was aware of an unexpected sight, as startling as it was uncanny. 2 twinkling little brown feet dancing before him on the marble pavement. Exquisite feet that seemed scarcely to touch the ground, and that kept perfect time too. The inspiriting sounds of the tom-toms. They were decked with massive golden anklets, which tinkled as they moved, and above them waved a few inches of the heavy yellow gold-embroidered skirt of the dancing girl. No more was visible. Round and round the fairy feet flitted in a very poetry of motion. Faster and faster played the tom-toms. Such dancing, such nimble feet, it had never been young Goring's lot to behold. Yes, but where was the rest of the body? As he gazed in half-stupefied amazement, he suddenly recalled the old hag's warning with an unpleasant thrill. "If you see her face, you die _." At this instant there was a scraping sound of the pushing back of a chair, of slow footsteps on the marble, of a loud cry, and a heavy fall. Goring jumped up and beheld Mr. Gregson lying prone on his face. He rushed to his assistance and raised him with considerable difficulty. His eyes were fixed with an expression of unutterable horror. He gave 1 or 2 shuddering gasps. His head drooped forward on his breast, and he expired. Goring looked round apprehensively. The feet had disappeared. The tom-toms had ceased. He shouted for help, and immediately a vast crowd of dismayed retainers assembled around him, and babble ensued. The Burra Sahib dead. Well, it was ever an evil place. Bah. It was the Notch girl without doubt. They further informed Goring that the old Raja had once tortured a dancing girl on that very spot and inhumanly disfigured her face. More than one had seen her since and perished thus. That morning, at sunrise, the dead body of Mr. Gregson was placed in a native cart, similar to the one he had so scornfully rejected, and taken by slow stages to the nearest station and back to the city, accompanied by Goring. The doctors, European and native, declared with one consent that Mr. Gregson had died in a fitting apoplectic seizure. Goring wise man said nothing. Chapter 9. Underscore the former passengers. Underscore who is whispering and calling through the rain? Far above the tempest crashing and the torrent's ceaseless dashing, I hear a weary calling as of pain. If anyone can help you, it will be Captain Blaine. This sentence was uttered by a smart young clerk in a shipping office in Rangoon, who, clothed in cool white drill, leant his elbows confidentially on the desk and concluded his speech with a reassuring nod. I was underscore en route underscore from Upper Burma to Singapore in order to attend my sister's wedding. Our flat riverboat was late, and when I presented myself at the booking office of the P&O, I found to my dismay that the steamer for the Straits had sailed at dawn, and that there would not be another for a week. I was therefore bound to miss the wedding and waste my precious leave in Rangoon, thanks to the leisurely old tub that had dawdled down from Mandalay. I turned my eyes expectantly on Captain Blaine, a short-necked, weather-beaten sailor in a blue serge coat with gilt buttons and a peaked cap. He surveyed me steadily with a pair of small, keen eyes, and evidently did not receive the suggestion with enthusiasm. "We don't carry passengers," he announced in a gruff voice. "My ship is only a cargo boat, a tramp, and we have no accommodation whatsoever." "No accommodation," echoed the clerk incredulously. "Oh, I say come. Why, you know very well that all the cabins are chock full of cargo, and we have never carried a passenger since I took command. If there was any hole or corner where you could stow me, I don't mind how I rough it," I urged, "and I'll pay full first-class fare." "Oh, there's lots of holes and corners," admitted the captain, "and you just get the ship's rations, same as the officers and myself. No, soups and underscore entree underscore plain roast and boiled. I'm not particular. I'm ready to eat salt junk and sea biscuit. I'll do anything short of swimming to get to Singapore by next Wednesday." "Is it so underscore very underscore important?" demanded Captain Blaine. "A wedding?" No, in answer to his commiserating stare. "Not my own, but I've to give away the bride." "Well, I suppose I must try and stretch a point." "Mind, I'll take you at your word about the passage money. Never refuse a good offer is my motto. So, Mr. And he paused interrogatively. "Lawrence is my name. Mr. Lawrence, if you'll be down at Godwin's Wharf tomorrow at 9 o'clock with your baggage and bedding and servant, we will lie off a bit, and any sampan will put you aboard in 5 minutes. As for the underscore wandering star underscore," and with a nod between the clerk and myself, he turned his back and stumped out. He is not very keen about passengers, remarked the clerk with a laugh. I wonder why. I suppose because she is a dirty old cargo boat. But any port in a storm, or rather, any ship in this crisis for me. Ah, said the clerk, rubbing his chin reflectively. I've a sort of idea, though perhaps I dreamt it, that there is something rum or out of the way about this underscore wandering star. Well, whatever it is, I'll risk it, I answered with a laugh as I followed the captain's example and took my departure. Punctually at 9 o'clock next morning, I embarked in a sampan and was rowed down the swift Irrawaddy. That cannot be my steamer, I protested, as the boatman made for a long, low, raking craft, a craft of considerable pretensions. She looked like one of the smaller vessels of the P&O fleet. But sure enough, the boatman was right, for as we passed under her stern, I read in yellow letters the name underscore wandering star underscore. A closer inspection showed her to be simply what her commander had stated, a tramp. She was dirty, rusty, and travel-stained. When I clambered aboard, I found no snowy decks or shining brasses, but piles of cargo, bustling coolies, and busy blue-clad lascars. I was immediately accosted by the captain, who presented me to the chief officer and to a fellow traveler, a sallow, lanky youth of 19, going to join his friends in the Straits. I thought he would be company for you, explained the sailor. We are off in half an hour, pointing to the blue Peter at the fore, and we're loaded to the hatches. Mr. Kelly here will show you your quarters. As I followed the chief officer, I was astonished at the dimensions of the underscore star underscore. It was a considerable distance from the captain's snug cabin, near the bridge, to the poop. We made our way below, into a long saloon with tables and seats intact, but the aft part piled high with bales. There was a strange, musty, moldy smell. It felt damp and vault-like, and afforded a sharp contrast to the blazing sun and cobalt sky on deck. As my eye became used to the gloom, I noticed the lavish carving, the handsome mahogany and brass fittings, the maple wood doors, and panels, the remains of better days. My cabin contained 2 bunks, and in one of these my servant, a Madras butler called Sami, had already arranged my bedding. I wonder you don't carry passengers? I remarked to Mr. Kelly. What a fine saloon. I should have thought it would have paid well. She carried hundreds in her day, he said complacently. You see, there's where the piano was hitched, and there the swinging lamps and bookcase, but all the same, it would never pay underscore us underscore to take passengers. And he laughed an odd sort of laugh. We are not a regular liner, you know, trading between 2 ports. Regular liners look on us as dirt, but lots of them would give a good deal for our lines. And our engines. There's some of them I would not send my old boots home in. We pick up cargo as we find it. One time we run to Zanzibar, another to Hong Kong, another to the Cape, or maybe Sydney. I've not been home this 3 years. I hope you'll find your bunk comfortable. The youngster is opposite, just across the saloon. You know your way back. And having done the honors, he left me. Certainly, the underscore star underscore was much above her present business, and bore the remains of having seen better days. Even my marble washstand was not in keeping with a cargo steamer. I opened the next cabin, It was crammed to the door with freight bird cages in this instance. Every cabin was no doubt similarly packed. I was not sorry to exchange the earthy, chill atmosphere below for the bright sunshine on deck. Soon we had weighed anchor and were moving smoothly down the rapid Irrawaddy between high banks of tawny grass, gradually losing sight of the shipping, then of the Golden Pagoda, then of Elephant Point. Finally, the **** put her nose straight out to cross the Gulf of Martaban. The sea was calm. We were well fed and found, and made a pleasant party of 6, the captain, first and second officers, the chief engineer, and 2 passengers. I slept like a top that night, and awoke next morning and found we were anchored off Moulmein, with its hills covered with pagodas and palms. From Moulmein we put to sea, and still the weather once more favored us. The captain was a capital companion, full of anecdotes and sea stories. The chief engineer was a first-rate chess player, and I began to think I had done rather a smart thing in securing a passage in this stray steamer. As the captain concluded a thrilling yarn apropos of a former ship in which he had been third officer, I suddenly recalled the shipping clerk's hint and asked, "Are there no stories about this one? Has she no history?" Captain Blaine looked at the chief officer with a knowing grin, and then replied, "History, of course she has. What do you call the logbook? That's her. History. I suppose that chap at the office told you she was considered an unlucky ship? Come now, own up." "No, but he said he had an idea that there was something queer about her. He could not remember what it was." "Well, I've been in command of her now 4 years, and I've seen nothing to complain of. What do you say, Kelly?" Appealing to the first officer, I say that I never wished to put foot on a better sea-boat, and there's nothing wrong with her, as far as I know. But Sami, my Madras boy, entertained a totally different opinion of the _*_. When I asked him why he did not sleep outside my door in the saloon, he frankly replied, "Because plenty devil in this ship, the chief serang, head of the Lascars, telling me that saloon plenty bad place." We were now within 48 hours of Singapore when the weather suddenly changed, as it frequently does in those treacherous seas. The awning was taken down, sure presage of a bad time coming. The ports were closed, and all was made ready for a blow, and we were not disappointed it came. We had a rough night, but I was not in the least inconvenienced. I slept like a dormouse rocked in the cradle of the deep. In the morning my fellow passenger, whose name, by the way, was Mellish, and who had evidently suffered, to judge by his ghastly appearance, accosted me timidly and said, "Did you get up and walk about last night?" "No." "Do you ever walk in your sleep?" he continued. "Not to my knowledge. Why?" "Because last night someone came and hammered on my cabin door and shouted, 'The ship's aground.'" "What do you think it can have been?" he asked with a frightful face. "I think there is no doubt that it was the hot tin lobster you had for supper," I answered promptly. No, it was not a dream, it woke me," he returned. "I thought it was __. Then I tried to think it was a nightmare, and had almost brought myself to believe it, and was dropping off to sleep when a cold, wet hand was passed slowly across my face, and he shuddered violently. "Lobster," I repeated emphatically. No. Oh, Mr. Lawrence, I heard moaning and whispering and praying. I'm afraid to sleep in that cabin alone. May I come and share yours?" "There is no room," I answered rather shortly. "The top berth is crammed full of my things. At breakfast there was a good deal of movement, and now and then a loud splash upon the deck. The captain, who had been tapping the barometer, looked unusually solemn and said, 'We are in for a bit of dirty weather. Unless I'm mistaken, there's a cyclone somewhere about. I don't think we shall do more than touch the edge of it, and this is a stout craft, so you need not be uneasy.'" This was vastly reassuring when the sky to the west changed from a lowering gray to an inky black. The wind rose with a whimper that increased to a shriek. It lashed the sea with fury, lashed it into enormous waves, and, laden as we were, we began to roll, at first majestically, then heavily, then helplessly. We took in great green, seas over the bows, tons of water discharged themselves amidships, and made us stagger and groan, but still through it all the engines thumped doggedly on. We seized our dinner anyhow, sitting, standing, kneeling, adapting ourselves to the momentary angle of the vessel. It was a miserable evening, wet and cold, and Mellish and I went to bed early. The dead lights were down, the hatchway closed behind us. We were entirely cut off from the rest of our shipmates for the night, and the saloon smelt more vault-like than ever. I turned away from Mellish's gray, frightened face, and stammering, piteous importunities, shut myself into my cabin, bolted the door, went to bed, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, the storm increased to a hurricane. The motion was tremendous. I was flung violently out on the floor as the _*_ made one awful plunge and then righted herself. I was, needless to state, now thoroughly awake and scrambling back into my berth and clinging to the woodwork. With both hands, lay listening to the roaring of the tempest, which rose now and then to a shrill shriek that had a terribly human sound. My heart beat fast, as my ears assured it that I was not merely listening to the raving of the gale, but actually to the piercing screams of women and the hoarse shouts of men. Just as I had arrived at this amazing conclusion, the door of the cabin was burst open, and an elderly man, in his shirt sleeves, was hurled in. "She's going down," he bawled excitedly, "and the hatches are fast." I sprang up, and the next lurch shot us both out into the saloon. And what a scene did I behold by 3 lamps that swung violently to and fro. Their fitful light showed me a large number of half-dressed strangers in a last extremity of mortal fear. There was the horrible, selfish pushing and struggling of a panic-stricken crowd, fighting their way towards the companion ladder, the wild, frenzied distraction people exhibit when striving to escape from some deadly peril, the tumult, the cries and shrieks of frightened women making frantic appeals for rescue cries, heartrending to hear. Besides the dense, struggling block at one end of the cabin, battling fiercely for escape, there were various groups, apparently resigned to their impending fate. A family at prayer, 2 men drinking raw brandy out of tumblers, an ayah beating her head upon the floor and calling on Ramaswamy, an old lady with a shawl over her head and a Bible on her knee, a young man and a girl, hand locked in hand, whispering last words, a pale woman with a sleeping child in her arms. I saw them. All. I saw Mellish clinging to the saloon handrail, his eyes glazed with horror and gibbering like an idiot. The crash of broken crockery, the shrieks of despair, the roaring of the wind, the sullen thundering of the seas overhead combined to make up the most frightful scene that could possibly be imagined. Then all at once, a beautiful girl with long dark hair streaming over a white gown rushed out of the cabin and threw herself upon me, flinging her arms round my neck. She sobbed, "Oh, save me, save me. Don't let me die, don't let me die." Her wild, agonized face was pressed closely to mine, her frantic clasp round my neck tightened like a band of steel. Closer, 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 underscore. I was choking. I could not move or breathe. She was strangling me as she shrieked in my ear, "It is coming now. Underscore, this is death. Underscore." There was one awful lurch, a grinding crash, a sinking sensation, a vice-like grip about my throat in outer darkness. I was aroused in broad daylight by Sami, who had brought my tea and shaving water. I was lying on the floor of the saloon, and he was stooping over me with a frightened expression on his broad, brown countenance. At first I thinking master dead, was his candid announcement. Me, plenty freighting. Why master lying here and no in bed? Why indeed? A plunge of my head into cool water and a cup of tea brought me to myself, and then I flung on my dressing gown and hurried across the saloon to see what had become of the miserable Mellish. He was stretched in his berth, with a life belt beside him, rigid and cold, and in a sort of fit. With brandy, burnt brown paper, and great difficulty, Sami and I brought him round. As soon as he had come to his senses and realized that he was still in the land of the living, he sat up and turned on me, quite ferociously, and said, "And that's what you call underscore lobster underscore?" The weather had moderated considerably, and though I had no great appetite, I was able to appear at breakfast. Mellish was too shattered to join us, and lay in a long chair in the deck house, sipping beef tea and hysterically assuring all inquirers that he would never again set foot in the saloon. No, he would underscore much underscore rather die. "I suppose you got knocked about a bit last night?" inquired the captain with a searching glance. "Not exactly knocked about. I did not mind underscore that underscore so much, but—" and I hesitated. "But you were disturbed?" he added significantly. "Yes, very much so. I hope I shall never be disturbed in such a way again." "Then I take it you've seen them, the former passengers?" "They are generally aboard, they say, in dirty weather. Whatever they were, I trust in God I may never witness such another scene. You don't wonder now that we are not free of offering cabin accommodation, eh? Not that I ever saw anything myself, but you admit that their underscore is underscore something." "So they say," nodding his head with a jaunty air. "And what is the explanation?" "Underscore, what underscore do they say?" I asked impatiently. "Just this. The underscore Wandering Star underscore was once the underscore Atlanta underscore, a fine passenger steamer, and coming out our last trip, she fell in for the tail of a cyclone and came to grief off the Laccadives, blown out of her course. Engine fires put out, went on a rock, and sank in 10 fathoms. Every soul on board went down, except a steward and a fireman, who got off on a hen coop. It was an awful business. 69 passengers besides officers and crew. She sank like a stone. No, time to get battered to pieces. And so she was right well worth her salvage. A company bought her cheap. She was but little damaged, they raised and sold her. She was intended for the pilgrim traffic from Bombay to Mecca, and in fact she did make a couple of trips, but somehow she got a bad name. The pilgrims said she was possessed of devils. And so the owners put her into the wheat and rice and general cargo trade, and we have no complaints. She has been at it these 5 years, and is, as I take you to witness, a grand sea boat, and has fine accommodation between decks as well as aft. It's only in real dirty weather that there is anything amiss, and that in the saloon. They say, lowering his voice to a hoarse whisper, they kept the passengers below battened down. They got no chance for their lives. It was a mistake. They were all drowned like rats in there. Holes. Mind you, underscore, you see nothing, and I'm not a superstitious man. Would you sleep in the saloon? I sternly demanded. No, for in a blow underscore my underscore place is on the bridge. But I'll not deny that. A second officer, who has left us, tried to bunk down there once, out of curiosity, and did not repeat the experiment. He was properly scared, and the captain chuckled at the recollection. I suppose we shall get in tonight, I remarked as we paced the deck. Together. Yes, about 11 o'clock. We're doing our 12 knots, dirty-looking old hooker as we are. So much the better, I answered, for you will not be surprised to hear that I'm not anxious to occupy my berth again. I am thankful to relate that I slept on land that same night, and was not disturbed. I often glance at the shipping lists to see if there is any news of the underscore wandering star underscore. I note that she is still tramping the ocean from China to Peru, and I have not the smallest doubt but that, on stormy nights, the saloon is still crowded with the distracted specters of her. Former passengers. Chapter 10. Underscore the secret of the amulet. Underscore frailty. Thy name is woman. Hamlet. People said they were from the north, even from beyond Peshawar, the two tall men, with fair skins and long brown hair, but no one had time to ascertain their name or business, for between the sunset and dawn both had fallen a prey to that horrible throat disease that seizes its victims by the gullet and strangles them almost on the spot. Thus they died in the great Sarai at Hassanpur, leaving behind them 3 stout Kabuli ponies, 2 rolls of bedding, and 1 little boy. Also, it was whispered in the bazaar, a considerable sum of money in excellent government notes. But this, the policeman in charge of the Sarai swore by the soul of his father, was a black lie, and, with the sanction of the authorities, he made over the child and 3 ponies to the keeping of his maternal uncle, Ibrahim Khan, the same who lives at the corner of the road as you go to the sugar works. Ibrahim sold the ponies to his satisfaction to officers in the cantonments and suffered the child to share his roof and also his extremely frugal fare. An Indian community is never slow to talk, and it was breathed from ear to ear that the traders have been wealthy and that Nabai Bucks, the policeman, and Ibrahim, his kinsman, had divided the spoil between them. One thing was manifest. Not a descendant to Karim, the rightful heir. He was a fair-skinned little fellow with dancing dark eyes, who ran about the roads almost naked, with an old flat copper amulet tied round his neck by a piece of string. He was about 4 years of age, as pretty as a bronze Cupid. The women petted him for his good looks, and he found many congenial playfellows among the narrow alleys and courtyards of the swarming Bura Bazaar. Ibrahim, Kareem's adopted grandfather, was an avaricious old person with a hooked nose, pendulous underlip, and frosy turban, who sat all day long in a shop. Like a niche, it looked no bigger than a wardrobe lined with empty jars, bottles, broken lamps, cracked cups and saucers, and battered odd volumes of worthless books. He did not sell much, but he served market people with pulls at a hookah at a fixed price, and he was reputed to lend money at enormous interest. If you know the city of Hassanpur, where it lies between two capricious rivers and surrounded by a vast grain country, you must be familiar with the long red bridge over the Kanat, on the parapet of which a mendicant sits who rests not from dawn till dusk calling, blind man, blind man. Just at the foot of the bridge is the great Sarai, or wayside house for travelers, with its lofty walls, spacious enclosure, an entrance gate worthy of a mosque. Both it and the bridge were built by a rich native who wished his name to go down to posterity, but to thousands who cross the one and hundreds who halt at the other, it is unknown, no doubt. They imagine both to be the work of the all-powerful and ever-active Sarkar government. Kareem's taste did not lean to trade. Far from it. He had no aptitude in bargaining for kid skins, empty bottles, and kerosene oil tins. On the other hand, he had an uncontrollable passion for horses, and when he grew too old to build houses in the dust and play baby games, he used to hang about the Sarai and haunt the society of camel drivers and horse dealers. He soon became acquainted with the manners and customs of the divers kinds of beasts that crowded the enclosure: camels, eka, ponies, buffaloes, mules, elephants, and squealing countrybreds. He knew all their peculiarities and was not afraid of one of them. Many and many a time, he played truant from the munshi and his lessons, and many a time his angry grandfather sought him with a stick and drove him forth with blows and curses. But now Kareem was a smart lad of 18 and useful to traders and travelers. Moreover, he earned money, and Ibrahim viewed his visits to the Sarai with extreme complacency. Within the last 10 years, he had become a well-known and popular character. New arrivals and regular habitués immediately shouted for Kareem, Kareem. He was a person of far more importance than the sleepy policeman in charge, not his original patron, who had picked him up from between two dead men and placed him out in the world. One hot April evening, as Kareem squatted idly at the Sarai entrance, enjoying a hookah and a buck with a lad of his own age, he noticed a cloud of white dust whirling down the bridge. No, it was not driven by the wind, but caused by a wild runaway. In a second he had recognized the collector's little boy on his chestnut pony, racing towards him. At breakneck pace, a huge, lumbering camel carriage had frightened the overfed, pampered tattoo, and he was making for home at a mad gallop. Kareem stood up and dashed into the road. He was lithe and active as a hunting leopard. As the pony passed, he sprang at it like a starving beast of prey, clung to its neck, and ran alongside until he had effectually checked its career but only just in time, only just before. It turned a sharp corner into the bazaar. The collector now rode up, his face gray with fear. He knew too well what would have been the child's fate had the fiery little animal bolted through those narrow streets, impassable with ekkas and bullock carts, and he shuddered. As he wiped the perspiration from his face and tendered Kareem his tremulous thanks. But empty thanks were not to be his sole portion. As he attached a leading rein from the pony's bridle to the collector's shaking hand, that gentleman said, "Let me see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and then the pair trotted soberly away. Mr. Colebrook, the collector, lived in a fine square flat-roofed bungalow about 2 miles from the city in the civil lines. It stood in a spacious compound studded with fine trees and was approached by a winding graveled avenue. Kareem went up this avenue, slowly and doubtfully. He was not in the habit of frequenting such grand dwellings, and presently he came to a dead halt and sat down at a respectful distance under a cork tree. And here the collector saw him, and beckoned him from his office veranda. "Yes," said Mr. Colebrook to himself, "a fine frank face, and surely not a native of these parts." In answer to a question, Kareem replied, "No, your worship, I am from the north, so they say." "They say?" echoed the gentleman. "What do you mean?" "My father died in the Sarai 15 years ago, your honor. No one knew his name or country, and old Ibrahim took me. He says I'm a Kabuli or a Kashmiri. God knows. And what is your occupation?" "By your honor's favor, I work in the Sarai and earn from 1 rupee to 4 rupees a month, according to the season." "Then you understand horses." "Oh," his face lighting up, "by your favor, yes, and I can ride." "Then I will take you on as size for my son's pony, the one you caught yesterday." Kareem salaamed to the very matting. "Your pay will be 7 rupees a month and clothes." Now, 6 rupees is a man's pay, and Kareem was but 18. Kareem's heart was too full for words. He was almost overcome and on the very verge of tears. All his comrades knew that he was an odd, excitable boy, and laughed and cried like a woman. His feet seemed scarcely to touch the ground. He sped along as if they had wings, and he was a second Mercury carrying home the great news first over the wide white roads, then across the railway, and finally he plunged into the bazaar. Kareem ran along at a sling trot, hustling and thrusting his slim body through the densely packed thoroughfares. At last he arrived at home and panted out his marvelous tidings to old Ibrahim. That patriarch received the intelligence with so many exclamations of "Oh, ye fathers," and so much clawing of his beard, that Kareem felt assured that he had been handsomely launched in life, and was indeed a man of considerable importance. He lost no time that same evening in hurrying to the bridge, a kind of local Rialto, and there expounding his success to a curious and envious crowd of listening friends. Among the crowd was Para, Ibrahim's grandniece, Kareem's former playmate and present idol. She was 4 years younger than him by months and days, but 30 years his senior in experience, in worldly wisdom, and in wickedness. Undoubtedly, she was extremely pretty, with wondrously traced, arched brows, red lips, and eloquent black eyes. Nevertheless, her granduncle detested her, and most of her own sex, bore her unconcealed animosity. They declared she was as false as the devil, deep as the pit, and as dangerous as a snake with a head at both ends. People hinted that Abdul, her father, was in debt to his uncle Ibrahim, and also that Para was promised in marriage to Mindu. Her cousin, a handsome hawk-eyed man, with a scar on his cheek and -1 finger. There was some mystery about Mindu. Once he had been absent for 3 whole years, and it was an unexplained absence, for it was mere foolishness for his brothers to say that he had joined a horse dealer and had gone down to Allahabad. Does it take 3 years to sell a dozen ponies? Mindu was a stalwart, taciturn man, and somewhat feared. Therefore no one called him a bud mash to his face, or even in the ears of his kindred. He worked with a carpenter who mended ekkas and garies, and was clever with the chisel and the saw. Nevertheless, people whispered that he had never learnt this trade at Hassanpur in his youth, but in Allahabad jailkhana. Para was among Kareem's audience, and listened with unaffected interest to the particulars of his rise in life. He had been her slave ever since she could speak, and now most of his scanty earnings went to gratify her taste for coconut sweets and colored glass bangles. "You will not score me now, Para," he pleaded, as they loitered together near the tamarind tree. "Behold, I am in the Collector Sahib's service. I am to have 7 rupees and clothes. I have as much wages as men do." But Para only peeped coquettishly round the corner of her orange sari, laughed saucily, and ran away. Kareem was soon installed in his new post, and wearing a smart blue suit and gorgeous red turban, felt the sense of personal importance accruing from new garments when he encountered his old friends. His duties proved to be trifling in comparison to his drudgery in the Sarai, though now and then he had enjoyed the fierce, mad delight of mounting some unbroken colt and galloping it barebacked over the bridge away along the Lucknow road between the waving elephant grass, past little brown houses with pumpkins on the roof, past pools half filled with hideous blue buffaloes, scattering children, pariah dogs, and goats, as if he was mounted on a whirlwind and riding on the storm. Here he had merely to groom and feed an irritable little chestnut pony, no bigger than a calf, to lead out the lal tattoo, as Harry Sahib called it, with its master on its back, of a morning over the dewy Maidans and along the shady roads. He ran with it as it cantered, and even galloped, though once or twice he was suddenly obliged to stop and lean against a tree, his face gray and drawn, and groan aloud with agony. He had, though he knew it not, advanced disease of the heart. He would earnestly beseech Harry Sahib not to tell the collector, and, as a bribe, would hold Harry Sahib in the saddle, whilst he piloted him over tiny nullahs, to that young gentleman's huge delight. The little boy spoke Hindustani as his native tongue, and soon he and his Sais became sworn and intimate friends. Harry Sahib had no mother, only a lazy, elderly European nurse who liked her beer, her slumbers, and her ease, and was secretly thankful to Kareem for taking the brat off her hands. Otherwise, Harry Sahib might not have spent so many happy hours about the stables, whilst his unsuspecting papa was absent at Kutchery. One day, whilst he was romping with his playmate, and rolling over and over with him in piles of bedding straw, he suddenly snatched at a cord round his neck, and a copper amulet came off in his hand. They fought for it for fully 5 minutes. Harry held it tight in his little fist and screamed and kicked and even but refused to release it. In the struggle, the amulet was broken, and a small piece of parchment fell out, which Kareem instantly pounced on. It was about 2 inches long by 1 wide, and was covered on both sides with closely written, quaint characters. Kareem, with much abuse and slippering, had learned to read the Quran and part of the Gulistanov. Sooty, but never such letters as these. "What is it?" inquired Harry Sahib impatiently. "I cannot say, Hazor. I never knew it opened." "Oh, I'll get it mended, the brass thing. But can you read the chit? Inside?" "No, not this writing. Let me show it to father. He can read anything." "Yes, his honor is a learned pundit, but I will not trouble him," said Kareem independently. He thought he would rather take it and have it explained by a mulvi in a bazaar nearer home. But in all the city quarter was not found one man who could translate it, though passed from hand to hand, and learned patriarchs in horn spectacles pored over it, peered into it, turned it backwards and forwards and upside down, and decided that it was in some dead tongue and doubtless was a charm against Jadoo, magic, or the evil eye. Finally, Kareem fell back on his young master's advice, and, with much salaaming and many apologies, submitted the little scrap to the collector. Mr. Colebrook examined it carefully through his glasses, and then by means of a microscope, and asked Kareem how he came by it. "Protector of the poor, it is all I possess, and was round my throat as an infant." The collector was very busy just at this time and said, "As soon as I have any leisure, Kareem, I will see what I can make of this." And Kareem withdrew with profuse thanks. For so long did his master ponder over the parchment that Kareem's hopes faded away, and he had almost forgotten the amulet and believed its contents to be a myth. But one day, at the end of the rains, he was summoned into the collector's office. That gentleman was alone, and, rising, closed the door, and beckoning to Kareem to come near, said rather mysteriously, "I have had great difficulty in making it out, showing the writing. Indeed, I had nearly given it up, but at last I got a clue, and I have read it. Yes, your highness. You must keep what I am going to read to you a secret." Kareem's eyes sparkled. "It is for your own good. And now listen," lowering his voice to a whisper. "This," displaying the scrap, "is an ancient Persian characters and relates to a treasure that has been buried for more than 300 years. Kareem endeavored to speak, but failed to articulate. Yes, apparently some of the spoils of Muhammad of Ghazni, who took and conquered the Punjab and made 12 raiding expeditions into Hindustan. Doubtless this is some loot that the victors failed to carry off and concealed. Possibly they were hotly pursued." It says, now taking off his glasses and applying a microscope to his eye and reading very slowly, 80_cost_north from Hassanpur on. "The edge of the Gumti River that is within 50 paces near the Great Bridge and between Milestone and Saul Tree, I, Fateh Din, bury a rich store of jewels and gold, by reason of one camel being sorely wounded and the enemy pressing on fast. May Allah preserve it for me and mine." The sized eyes seemed double their usual size. His face worked with emotion. He could not speak. He could only gasp and sob as the collector went on. This is the catalog, only a partial one apparently, turning and reading the reverse of the parchment. 2_ necklaces of rubies and pearls, very large. 4_ Serpec_ forehead ornaments of to be a rich man, and if you would be wealthy, be silent. I'm going into that part of the district this cold weather. Can you hold your tongue for 2 months? I can, Sahib, faltered Kareem, who was trembling all over. I think I know the place the bridge was destroyed 40 years ago, but its piers are still standing. The old road, too, has fallen into disuse since we have the railway and canal, but I believe I can put my hand on the very spot between the sal tree and the milestone. And will all this treasure be mine, whispered Kareem. Yes, since you claim it by the writing, which has doubtless been in your family for many generations. Possibly your father was in search of this treasure when he died. Yes, most true, your highness. Only for this paper in your possession, it would be claimed and recovered by government. May I tell my grandfather, Ibrahim Khan? I suppose you may, that is, if he is a cautious man, but mind this, Kareem, to no one else, above all, to no woman, no fear, your honor. I know that a slip of the tongue is worse than a slip of the foot. You are young to have learnt that lesson. Bear it well in mind. And now you can go. Old Ibrahim heard the splendid news that same night, as he and his adopted grandson sat on the rug in the middle of the shop, with the oil lamp swinging between them. Heard it with puckered face, twitching claw-like fingers, and glittering eyes. What was the store he had? Buried beneath the floor, in comparison to underscore this underscore? Underscore 2_ camel loads of gold and jewels. Oh, if he had only taken the worthless-looking amulet. When he appropriated the ponies and the money, it was the richest prize of all. But alas, he was ever unfortunate. Let us go forth and seek it now, he panted. We will arise and take 2 ekkas with strong ponies and spades and sacks and start. I will. Aver that we are gone to a marriage at Aligar. You would not be believed, returned Kareem scornfully. And how would? You get the ekkas, or by spades, without raising suspicion? The place is full of robbers and boodmashes, and the distance is too long for an old man like you. We would both be murdered. No, I will wait and go with the collector Sahib. He will lend carts, and we need have no fear. We shall have the protection of the Sirkar. Oh yes, but you are a young man, whined Ibrahim, twisting his hands convulsively, and in 2 months I may be dead. Oh, and I know so. Well, we're to sell gold and precious stones, where we shall get a great price quietly, and without question or dispute. You will surely live 2 months, rejoined Kareem. At any rate, I have given my word to the Sahib, and it must be as he wills. From this time forward, a great change came over Kareem. He no longer laughed and gesticulated and showed his teeth white as the slit of a coconut. He no longer gossiped in the Sarai or gambled below the bridge. He found his secret very burdensome, and his veins seemed filled with a burning fever of restlessness. His eyes looked large and his cheeks hollow. His song was no longer on his lips. As for old Ibrahim, he now cared not for his trade. And underscore asked the neighbors, had he and Kareem in common that they were so. Often together, conferring earnestly in low whispers. Kareem was much at home, too, and people began to marvel. He seemed preoccupied and strange and proud. He refused to gamble. He took no interest in kite flying, instead of which he was constantly muttering into the ear of his grandfather. Why? What were they talking about? What was their secret? Kareem was recounting the list of spoil for the 100th time, and Ibrahim was bestowing much sage advice on his underscore protege, underscore. My son, above all keep the secret from a woman from Para. Do not let her mischievous eyes draw you into her snare. She is bad, she is. Insolent to you. May her hair take fire. But you know the proverb, a blow in the mouth from the hand of her we. Love is sweeter than raisins, argued the youth. And you love her? Shrieked the old man. Kareem nodded his head. Oh, ye fathers, exclaimed Ibrahim, but she will marry that budmash. Mindu, she cares not for him, and I shall be rich. Yes, and who has money in the scales has strength in his arms. He who has no money is destitute of friends. Hearken, my son, Para will spend your riches like flowing water. Time enough to talk of spending when I possess them, rejoined the lad, prudently. Fair son of my old age, give me your promise to keep the news from her. Swear it by the beard of the prophet. I swear by the soul of my father. Am I a child or a fool? He demanded, angrily. Alas, in her hands your underscore, both underscore. Kareem's altered manner was not lost on Para, and she smilingly promised her immediate circle to probe his secret, and that they should all speedily learn why he gave himself airs like a nawab. She drew him on, and encouraged the infatuated boy, and gained her old ascendancy over him in less than 2 days. He entirely forgot Ibrahim's solemn warnings, and what chance has a wrinkled, ugly old man against the charms and the mocking words and bright glances of Circe of 16? She asked Kareem many searching questions and flouted him, ridiculed him, flattered him. One evening, as they leant over the bridge together, she inquired, why had he given away his kite? Why was he not at Bulda's wedding? Feast? Why did he mope like a sick fowl? What secret was in his mind? His tardy answers were vague and confused, and all at once the truth broke upon Para with one lightning flash. The scroll had been deciphered. Kareem, I see you no longer care for me, she whimpered tearfully. I do, he rejoined, but to what avail? You are to marry Mindu, the dacoit. He is no dacoit. Neither am I to marry him. If you say so, I will. Strike you on the mouth with my shoe, rejoined this fiery lady. Nevertheless, both my words are true, persisted Kareem doggedly. They are underscore, not underscore. Mindu is old. Abba, 30 years old. He lacks one finger. He has a hideous mark on his cheek, whilst she paused, and smiled in his face expressively, and said, Oh, Kareem, what an owl you are! And now shall I tell you what ails you? Yes, if you can, he answered with an incredulous laugh. You have found out what was written in the little scroll. Kareem started perceptibly. Yes, I see it is true. And here she made a wild shot. I'll wager my gold nose ring that it relates to underscore money. Kareem grew very pale and cast down his eyes. To a treasure. Look at me, Kareem. He looked, impelled by the influence of her eyes. Looked and was. Lost his face, told everything. Para, he exclaimed tremulously, you are a witch. Kareem, she rejoined, leaning her cool, smooth cheek against his. Truly she was a bold, forward minx. You are an owl. You always. Underscore were underscore an owl. Once you had no secrets from me. Now begin and tell me all about it. I can tell you nothing. Withdrawing his eyes from those dazzling black orbs and gazing fixedly into the river. Oh, Kareem, alas, my first word was true. You no longer care for me. And her eyes filled with pure crocodile's tears. I do, beyond any treasure in the world, he protested eagerly. Yes, so their underscore was underscore treasure, but you only pretend to love me. It is all from the mouth, like idle words. No, it is from my heart and soul. But you and your heart care not for me. You care for Mindu. You laughed the day I came home in my size. Clothes you laughed when Hiram's white Arab nearly killed me. Pooh, snapping her fingers playfully, what is a laugh? I always laugh. See, I still wear blue glass bangles. I love finery. I love laughing, and I love underscore you underscore. Oh, foolish Kareem, how shall I prove it to you, since you doubt my word? Speak. Marry me in 2 moons' time, was his prompt answer. Yes, after a long pause, but I must also prove underscore you underscore. I swear by Allah to marry you, but first you must tell me your secret. And she looked up into his face and smiled, and he, gazing at her parted red lips and glistening, eager eyes, wavered. She saw her advantage and instantly pressed it home. Oh, miserable youth, why did you not attend to that cry of warning in your ears? Blind man, blind man, blind man. The sun hung low in a crimson sky. Everything was defined and glorified, as in a golden light, from the curves of the shining river to where the flat horizon touched the glowing heavens. The couple on the bridge, fair as another Paul and Virginia, stood out in black relief against the yellow haze, as they leant upon the stone parapet, talking in whispers. Passers-by laughed and said, Behold, Para makes a fool of Kareem again, when at length they raised themselves up and came. Slowly homewards, there was a new, ecstatic, and triumphant expression in Para's eyes she knew. Nevertheless, she had sworn by a most solemn oath never to reveal the secret of the amulet. It was already arranged that she was to have a pakigari and 2 horses just like and a string of large pearls and gold necklets such as would make the bunny his wife poison herself from envy. For she and Kareem were to be married by the first moon in December and to live happy ever after. A month later, the collector's camp was pitched within 2 miles of the banks of the Gumti. He had arrived there by slow marches and was within easy reach of the spot indicated in the parchment. Mr. Colebrook set out on foot in the afternoon, with Kareem to carry his fishing rod and to disarm suspicion. They walked for some distance, along the edge of the river in single file, till round a sharp bend the old broken bridge appeared in view. The setting sun was shining between the massive piers as the Gumti came swirling between them. A pair of paddy birds were having a mortal combat in the rushes. A serious-looking blue kingfisher was perched on a stone, following his avocation. Enormous fish underscore rohu underscore splashed about like porpoises. No wonder they were so thriving. The Gumti is a sacred river. On the sand on the far bank lay a bleached white skeleton, and here, among the tangled water plants, was an old charpoy, legs upward, on which some corpse had once been committed to the holy stream. But naturally Karim had no interest in these things, though his master, a man of dreamy moods, paused for a moment, and in his minds. I surveyed the great bridge as it once had been, covered with a multitude of horsemen and camel drivers, a predatory horde flying northward with their spoils and their streaming horsetail standards. He was sharply aroused from his reverie by a piercing cry, and turning, he saw that Karim had already made his way to the great milestone, shaped like a gigantic thimble. There, too, was an ancient Saul tree, and his treasure-seeking size was standing on the verge of an enormous, recently dug, and perfectly empty hole. Miserable Karim, the world seemed to swim before his eyes. The tree, the milestone, and the sky went round and round, as he turned a ghastly face and pair of wild eyes on his master and pointed to the cavity at his feet. It was all that he could do. "Yes," cried Mr. Colebrook, "it is gone. No doubt of underscore that underscore and gone. Within a week. See the freshly turned earth, the wheel tracks. Oh, you young fool, how many have you taken into your confidence besides old Ibrahim? You see they have robbed you. Whom have you told?" "But one," stammered Karim in a hoarse voice. "Look," continued the collector, "they were in a great hurry, poking the earth with his stick as he spoke. See, they left the spade. Here are bits of iron clamps. Here are 2 gold coins, the boss of a silver bit, and yes, a trace of the thieves, and of course there was a underscore woman underscore in it." As, stooping, he picked up something and held it towards Karim. "Here is half of a blue glass bangle." Karim stared with great distended eyes. As he stood, he became of a dull grayish color. His lips were livid, and his face twisted out of all recognition, with some spasm of horrible agony. Underscored as Paris underscore, he shouted with a wild, despairing scream, and flung himself full length on the ground, digging his hands into the sandy soil. "They have a whole week's start, I am afraid," said Mr. Colebrook, who was still turning over the earth, "and will make forced marches, but we may catch them. I shall send you off at once on the young bay horse, with a note to the joint magistrate. He will telegraph, and I believe we will get them yet. They have too heavy a load to travel rapidly. Karim, don't be a woman. Get up and listen to me, Karim. Do you hear me?" And he shook him gently. But Karim would never hear anything. Again in this world Karim was dead. At first Mr. Colebrook could not and would not realize the truth. He put his hand across the cold mouth. He laid his ear against the still heart. It was no faint. Alas, no. The shock had proved fatal to Karim. To lose his fortune and his beloved in one and the same moment was too crushing a blow for his frail organization. Paris' treachery had broken his heart. When the collector had at last grasped the tragic fact that the active, bright-faced boy who had started from the camp hardly an hour ago, full of life and hope, was really dead, he was deeply concerned, and he felt an unusual dimness in his eyes, as he stood gazing at this unhappy heir of long-buried riches. Then seeing a Chaprassi in the distance, who had followed unbidden afar off, he shouted to him to approach. The Chaprassi came and looked and was amazed out of his usual impassive demeanor. And in an extraordinarily short time a little crowd had assembled. What mystic force is it that draws people to a tragedy, whether in a London street or an Indian jungle? Here were lean brown fishermen from the riverbanks. Here were turtle spearers and half a dozen ryots who had abandoned their herds of gaunt white cattle, all come to look at a dead lad. The distance made it impossible to carry Kareem back to Hassanpur and bury him formally in the Mohammedan cemetery. In the place where the tree falleth, there shall it be, and he must find a resting place in the forest. Mr. Colebrook left 2 men to watch the body, whilst he hurried to camp to make arrangements for the interment and to break the heavy tidings to Harry Sahib. The funeral obsequies were solemnly conducted by Kareem's fellow Mohammedan servants, and early next day the collector was surprised to hear that Kareem had already been laid to rest. The great hole, which for 3 centuries had contained his lost family treasure of gold and rubies, pearls and emeralds, now received instead their unfortunate and defrauded heir, and proved his convenient grave. Harry Sahib shed many hot tears upon it, and even brought the lal tattoo to see the place where poor Kareem was buried. The collector instituted an immediate search for Para, daughter of Abdul, but she and Mindu, the dacoit, had suddenly disappeared the very day that his honor himself had gone into the district. No one could tell what had become of them. After a long and wholly useless investigation, the following facts were elicited. Para and Mindu had accomplices in their flight. They had gone south, but few beyond Mr. Colebrook were in possession of the third and most important detail, viz. That with them they had carried the secret of the amulet. Thank you for listening to the Let by B.M. Croker here on Classic. Gostales. We hope you enjoyed the haunting atmosphere of this story and that it left you with a lingering sense of mystery. If you're fascinated by the eerie and unexplained, be sure to subscribe and join us for more classic ghost tales. Until next time, keep the light close and the shadows at bay.